this vetting is concerned.
David Kosing, my name, Professor. MP Pokot South, West Pokot County.
My name is Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for North Imenti, Meru County, and a neighbor to Tarakanidi.
Shimboko, MP Likoni Constituency, County 001.
Nelson Narab Koech, MP Belgut.
Morning, Caleb Amisi, MP Sabot.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdishurie, MP Balambala.
Mary Emasi Otucho, MP Teso South.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Maria David, Nakuru Town East.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Thank you very much, members. We also have the Secretariat led by our clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Sarah Kyoko, the Acting Clerk of the National Assembly, and I have with me the Director, Appropriation, Audit and other select committees, Mrs. Florence Abonyo, and also the Deputy Director, Legal Services, Mr. Michael Karuru, and many other members of staff who are assisting this committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is not adversarial. We are seeking facts from you. Members will ask questions to establish your suitability to hold the office to which His Excellency the President has nominated you. We have done very well since yesterday, resisted the temptation to have any altercations. We have conducted the proceedings with a lot of decorum. You address the House or the committee through the chair. Questions are also asked through the chair. And we try to limit any direct conversation, engagement, or arguments between the nominee and any member of the committee. The time available to this session is there, 90 minutes. So we encourage concise and precise questions, eliciting concise and precise answers from the nominee. And once we've gone through your documentation process, I'll give you 10 minutes or less, at least no more than 10 minutes, to tell us who you are and a brief journey through your life to where you have landed in this nomination. Let's start with your documentation, Professor. Do you have your compliance with tax obligations with the state with a KRA certificate? I'll ask you which documents, then if you have them, you'll give it to the officer standing next to you. If they're in a bundle that you have made copies, you can give her the originals as well to compare. Then she'll give you back your originals at the end of the proceedings.
The Chairman, I think what I have are my certificates, academic certificates. I think there was a communication breakdown. Just this morning is when I've been informed I also needed to come with my ID. I've sent for it, it's on the way. But I have my original academic certificates with me.
Let me just go through the list.
Yeah.
Then you'll tell us.
And the other clearances, I think we submitted them, and
let's be sequential.
We can still get the originals.
Let's be sequential.
Yeah.
You have the KRA certificate you submitted.
I submitted, but I don't have the original here.
Confirm.
I can get it, yes.
You have the Higher Education Loans Board clearance.
Yes, submitted.
You have the clearance from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Submitted.
You have the certificate of good conduct from DCI.
Submitted.
Thank you. Have you ever been mentioned adversely mentioned in any investigative report of a parliamentary committee or commission?
No.
Are you a dual citizen between your Kenyan citizenship and any other jurisdiction outside Kenya?
No.
Excellent. What is your net worth, Professor?
My net worth is 544 million.
544 million.
Shillings, not dollars.
Kenya shillings?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, because Tanzanian shillings also could be different.
You say your national ID is on the way?
Yes, it's on the way.
You'll give it to us when it arrives. I will my last question is, what are your current and anticipated sources of income?
At the moment, I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I practice law. I am also a business person running a number of businesses, SMEs, and I'm also a consultant for local and international organizations.
I'll open the floor by inviting you. 540. My clerk didn't hear your net worth. And she's the
My net worth, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, is 544 million Kenya shillings.
Made up of real estate, bank deposits?
Made up of landed buildings, around 165 million. It's also made up of bank deposits, about 50 million Kenya shillings, investments in shares, and deposits in 5 different circles.
Thank you. Now you have your 10 minutes to address this house. We are not the Sanhedrin, we're just a committee of parliament, and we listen to you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable members, as I said, my name is Kithure Kindiki. I was born on 16th January 1972 in Tharaka, in the then Meru district, Eastern Province that time. It's now Tharaka Nithi County. I'm 50 years old. I went to school in Tharaka and Lenana School. I proceeded to Moi University, where I earned a Bachelor of Laws degree. From there, I proceeded to the Kenya School of Law and obtained a postgraduate diploma in law. I then went for further education at the University of Pretoria in South Africa, where I obtained a Master of Law in the year 2000, and in 2002 I obtained a PhD in international law from the same institution. I have been a lecturer of law at Moi University for around 3 years, and later on at the University of Nairobi for 10 years. I left University of Nairobi to contest in the 2013 election, and during my career I rose from a graduate assistant to a tutorial fellow, senior lecturer, associate professor. In the same period, I was able to hold administrative positions in the university as a head of department of the public law department at the University of Nairobi between 2005 and 2007. Thereafter, I became associate dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Nairobi from 2007 to 2010. In between, I had a short break of 3 months when the third president of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, appointed me Secretary for National Cohesion. But I left civil service. I was not comfortable with that position because of the political situation around which I was appointed and the agenda which I was asked to deal with. So I returned to the university and only left to join politics. I have practiced law for 22 years, and I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and I'm listed in the list of counsel licensed to practice law at the International Criminal Court in The Hague. I've also served in a number of ad hoc tribunals as counsel. Mr. Chairman, between 2013 and 2017, I was the senator for Tharaka Nithi County, and at the same time, the majority leader of Senate. In 2017, I was re-elected as senator for Tharaka Nithi County and also elected as deputy speaker of the Senate, a position which I held between 31st August 2017 and May 2020, when I was removed from office of the deputy speaker through a motion of no confidence sponsored by my party, my political party. I continued to serve as senator for Tharaka Nithi for 3 years, and in the 2022 election I did not vie for any political office, so I continued to practice law. Finally, I've been a consultant for a number of organizations, including UN agencies. I've consulted for COMESA, the East African Community, IGAD, African Union, and very many international and local NGOs and government bodies. And I have published approximately 32 publications in form of books and peer-reviewed articles. In short, that is the story of my life. The only thing perhaps I can add is that I was able also to act as a visiting lecturer in a number of universities on short-term basis, mainly at the Central European University in Budapest and the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. That is the story of my life.
Thank you, Professor. I'll now open the floor to members to ask you any questions. I'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Professor Kindiki, congratulations on your nomination for the position of Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. Honorable Chairman, I wish to declare my interest, which is Understanding Order 90, that I recently served under the candidate as a Deputy Chief Agent. He was my boss, but I want to confirm that it will in no way affect my judgment or involve any bias on my part in relating to him. And now I go to my question, with your permission, Honorable Chair. Professor Kindiki, as you know, the National Police Service recently reported that 13% of the police officers suffer from mental illness. I wish to ask that whether you are of the view that the recruitment methodology should be changed to a more objective one, like having psychometric tests and having mental evaluation of the candidates, as opposed to the usual, checking their dental formation, their body structure, and so on. Never mind, it's not done professionally. So whether you think that is, what will you do about that when you hold this position? Will you change that? What are your views to transform this and to avoid the future problems of police shooting themselves and their colleagues? Thank you.
Professor, take a record. We take questions in 4 batches, or rather in batches of 4. Then you answer, then we take another batches of 4. So I'll ask the majority leader.
Thank you, Speaker. And apologies, I came a little bit late. I wasn't there for the introductions. My name is Kebani Shongwa, Member of Parliament for Kikuyu. Professor Kindiki, I see from your very good CV, you have a number of publications that you have published, and notably a lot to do with publications on the protection of rights. And my question will be based on some of those publications, Professor. And you will forgive me because your predecessor also came from academia like yourself. And we've seen him exercise power with a lot of hubris and a lot of arrogance, especially towards members of parliament, even in committees like this one. I would want to know, since you also come from academia and you're not a doctor yourself now, you're a full professor, are we going to witness the same hubris and arrogance, especially in dealing with leaders and other public officers? 2, in relation to those publications, you have witnessed the changes that have been done, especially at DCI, the management of certain units at DCI which are blamed for the killing of Kenyans and what would almost tantamount to genocide. And I see you have publications on genocide. What are you going to do, if approved as CS in charge of the interior, to ensure that we shall never again in the history of our republic have to fish out bodies from River Yala or gather them from forests, from the Abadeas to Savo and elsewhere, in essence to end the gross violation of human rights of Kenyans through extrajudicial extermination, be they suspects of terrorism or whatever crimes, that you shall use your office to ensure that the rule of law prevails. 2 is on the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. There's a commitment to review the salary and welfare of police officers in all cadres, including their housing and other issues, including the issues that are being litigated in court on the question of graduate officers and reinstating their salaries to where they were before they were reduced. What steps do you intend to take to make sure that you improve the remuneration of officers across all cadres in the police force, and also to ensure that at least they live in habitable human settlements, not the kind of settlements we see our officers living in? That will be my take for now.
Yes, Opio and I.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Kindiki, for starters, you as a legal scholar of no mean repute, I must admit, would perhaps be the best person to comment on this before I ask my other question. If you look at the Constitution, Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity, and again if you go to Article 10 on national values and principles of governance. Would you agree with me that the Constitution sets certain ethical and moral standards on leadership that have got nothing really to do with criminal culpability? In other words, when look at ethical and moral probity and criminal culpability, the two are perhaps mutually exclusive, because there's been a tendency for people to confuse the two, that for you to be disqualified to hold a public office, you must have been charged in a court of law and perhaps convicted. Yet the Constitution, in its letter and spirit, doesn't really call for that. It's really, maybe comment on that before you answer my other question, which is on the small matter of an inquiry by the Public Accounts Committee in the year 2015. That was in the 11th Parliament, I think. Later on in the 12th Parliament, I became chair of PAC in the National Assembly for 5 years, and therefore this information came to my knowledge. Now, there was this matter that touched on your law firm, whereby some payments that were proceeds from the NYS scandal then. A scandal that cost taxpayers about 1.6 billion Kenya shillings. Some payment was said to have been made to your law firm from a company that was at the heart or at the center of this scandal. A company going by the name Out of the Box Solutions. Or later on, there's also some further payment from that same company. The initial payment was 500,000 shillings. The second payment was 15 million Kenya shillings. That went through your law firm under not very clear circumstances, if I may call them so. Or perhaps now that you are set, or you intend to, if approved by the House, to occupy one of the most critical dockets, which will be in charge of the instruments of violence controlled by the state. It will be important for you to clear this matter so that you can start on a clean state. Thank you.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This docket that the nominee has been nominated to is extremely important, considering, of course, it deals with national security. Now, I have two things I would like to confirm. First, there is an observation I want to make that in the run-up to the last general election, you were one of those that were vying to be a running mate in the Kenya Kwanza coalition. And that is in public domain. And you really fought hard. Up to the last minute when a decision was taken that was not in your favor. Now, after that, there were comments that you made publicly, and one of them was actually an implication that you are going to go on some kind of sabbatical leave, but we can see you're already actively involved now in service to the nation. Have you recovered from that shock, and are you going to be very comfortable working under your competitor, because whoever you're competing against is now the deputy president? And secondly, do you think the president has any right or should interfere with the operations of the DCI? Because you know recently that he did disband a unit that operates under them. Thank you.
Professor, those are four. You can now proceed to respond.
Thank you, Chair. On the first question from Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Shelley, I would like to respond by saying that yes, it is important for psychometric tests to be carried out on recruits. However, I do not think that the problem that we are experiencing around mental illness is connected with the type of recruits that get into the police service. I believe the issues around mental illness in the police service are linked to work-related stress. In this connection, if I am approved by this Honorable House and appointed by the President subsequently, I intend to equip, expand, and fully capitalize the wellness and counseling unit, which I intend to link with the soon to be established Kenya Police Hospital, the Kenya Police Service Hospital, and the Kenya Prison Service Hospital, two projects which are at an advanced stage and should be operational within the next few months. If you have those hospitals in place and are functioning, well-equipped, well-human resourced wellness and counseling unit, you will be able to prevent cases of a psychiatric nature that lead to mental illness and sometimes fatal accidents involving police officers and their families. Secondly, I believe that these incidents are caused by the low morale and also the low remuneration and poor working conditions of police officers vis-a-vis the risks that they undertake in the service of the nation. And to finalize on that, I'll combine it with one of the questions that was raised by the Honorable Leader of Majority, which is to say, I intend to vigorously fight for the welfare and improved terms of service for police officers as well as prison officers because of the critical nature of the role they play in securing our country. I know the current administration has committed in its manifesto to review the terms and other welfare issues, including housing and mortgages. I will be the #1 champion to have that part of the manifesto implemented fully so that you can instill better morale, better working conditions, and a happier Kenya Police Service, a happier Kenya Prison Service. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Leader of Majority asked me whether I would be proud and arrogant. The answer is no. I believe that the ultimate trait of leadership is humility. And most people tend to confuse humility with cowardice. The two are not related. We'll be humble. We'll submit ourselves to all authorities, starting with the appointing authority, His Excellency the President, my colleagues, but also arms of government, including this House. And I say this with a bit of pride because I've been a member of one of the Houses of Parliament for 10 years. I do appreciate and recognize the critical role that Parliament plays in oversighting the executive and also pushing for accountability within government. I will remain a servant not only of this country but also of the institutions that have been set up under our constitution and our law so that I can effectively discharge my mandate as Cabinet Secretary for the Interior and National Administration. I'll obey summons and invites and comply with all directions of Parliament and relate well with my now former colleagues because it is a symbiotic relationship and the services we offer from the executive, from the legislature, from the judiciary are services to make our country better, and they are symbiotic and related. I will not be proud. I'll be humble, but extremely firm because this docket is extremely sensitive, and all the other sectors of the nation rely on a safe country. So humility should not be mistaken for cowardice. I'll be extremely firm and ruthless with the wrong people, because 99% of our people are law-abiding. The 1% that are lawbreakers, will be extremely ruthless with them, and we will speak very little about or with them, and will act decisively, ruthlessly to ensure our nation is secure. Honorable Speaker, Chairman, the third question on Chapter 6 raised, I think also the Majority Leader had asked about salaries. I have answered that question, and welfare. The Leader of Minority, the Honorable Pio Wandai, asked about Chapter 6 vis-a-vis its place in the Constitution. It is true that Chapter 6 behoves on state and public officers to exercise the highest levels of integrity and to refrain from any conduct that may put the office which they serve in public odium or ridicule. It is also true that our Constitution in other parts, the same Constitution in other chapters, requires that persons who are accused of committing crimes must be taken through due process before any punishment or action is taken against them. Therefore, it is my view that there is no contradiction between the values, the very high moral standards that are anticipated under Chapter 6, and the very particular requirements of due process and fair trial, which are provided in other parts of the Constitution. This is my take. That Chapter 6 was intentionally left that way, so that on the one hand, we have a moral imperative where public officers can exercise their conscience, and even when the law does not demand, they can even leave office or step aside or even retire or resign from office based on their conscience. And I think it's not an idle chapter, because I think in this country increasingly it will be very difficult for people who do not meet the moral and ethical standards that are set in our Constitution to operate. So that chapter is there. But on the other hand, there are the bedrock principles of criminal justice and human rights that require that if you accuse someone of committing a crime, it is important that due process first is carried out, because the danger of people using the instruments of state to accuse others falsely is extremely, extremely likely. And people can abuse the criminal justice system just to accuse other people, get them out of the way, and then achieve what they wanted. So that balance must continue to exist in our view, in our Constitution. It is not contradictory, it is complementary. On the question of my law firm, I would like to respond as follows. With regard to the PSC report, which has been referred to by the Honorable Pio Wandai, I have practiced law for 22 years. I have never been involved in any professional misconduct whatsoever. With regard to the report which he is talking about, reference was made to a payment which was made to my law firm of 500,000 shillings. That payment was not made by any company, leave alone a company that supplied NYS. It was made by a friend of mine and a colleague called Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen. And this is the story. Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen owed me 500,000 shillings, which I had lent him. And I went and asked him to pay me back. And he wrote me a check. That's it. period. As to the 15 million shillings of the Honorable Pio Wandai is saying, I am not aware. I think he's confusing my law firm with another law firm. I'm very clear. I am extremely clear. And I would like him to clarify, Mr. Speaker, because this is a public process. I don't want to live here with Kenyans imagining that I obtained 15 million shillings from the proceeds of crime. 500,000 shillings, was I paid? Yes. By out of the box? No. By Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, who owed me a friendly loan of 500,000 shillings, because at that time we were borrowing money from each other, which happens among colleagues. I'm sure even these MPs, they owe each other some money. So that is the short story around that issue. Mr. Chairman, on the final issue on the running mate, the question raised by the member for Matungulu, Kadhiani, or Matungulu this side, Kadhiani this side. Now, first, it is not true that I fought so hard to be a running mate. That is not true. What is true, Mr. Chairman, is that I was fortunate to be on the short list of 6 members of my party who were being considered to be running mates for President William Ruto. In that short list, it is also true that I ended up being a runners-up. It is also true that in that process, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, who is now Deputy President of Kenya, was nominated to be a running mate, and I was the runners-up. That bit is true. With regard to the question whether I've recovered from the shock, there was no shock, because in the first instance there was no entitlement to anything. You can only get shocked if you are entitled to something. It was a privilege even to be on that short list, and even a greater privilege to have been a runners-up. It is also true, Chairman, that I did a press conference 2 days later after that process, and I said 2 things, namely that I'll take a break from elective politics, which I did, and 2, that I will not be available for any appointive office during my break. That last bit, I have since reviewed that position after persuasion by my party. My party persuaded me, and in fact, if the honorable member cared to listen to that speech, I said, however, notwithstanding my personal decision, if my party wishes to engage me and requires me to reconsider my position, I'll be willing to listen. So that is what made me to change my mind. Otherwise, it is true what he has said, but there was no shock. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I have no problem submitting to authority. That is the easiest thing. And therefore, my friend Rigathi Gachagua, who is now the Deputy President of Kenya, is my boss. And I have no problem whatsoever working with him and under him, together with President Uhuru Kenyatta, together with President William Ruto. Uhuru Kenyatta is the former president of Kenya. I also served under him very well until he threw me out for no reason. So I'll be more than happy to serve under President William Ruto, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, all my colleagues, all arms of government, and I'll be a humble servant of Kenya, the people of Kenya, and there is no shock, there is no nothing, there is nothing even to discuss.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
The next batch of 4, Owen Baya, Shurie, Naisula, and Gikaria.
The Speaker, it's possible to clarify,
Yes.
something that the Honorable Professor Kindiki Kithure had raised. Actually, the fact is that the 500,000 shillings was through a check drawn by Singoei, Murkomen, and Sigei advocates to the law firm of Kithure Kindiki and Associates.
And the data was Kipchumba Murkomen.
And the 15 million, just to clarify further, was in favor of Singoei, Murkomen and Sigei advocates. But the company was one which was dealing with the two companies, with the two law firms. The out-of-the-box solutions is the company which was at the center of the investigations. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
I think it is.
No,
we
sorry,
don't need
Mr.
to open
Speaker.
debate.
So if you
hold
just
on, Professor.
1 second, because I think if you allow me,
yes,
that clarification by the Honorable Pio and I is extremely important. I have said before this committee chairman, I had a relationship, a debtor-creditor relationship with the Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen. He paid me using a check. Where he got the money or who has paid him, I don't know. I have never known. I will never know. That should be what goes on record.
What is on record is that the Honorable Pio and I has recanted the 15 million payment, and he has
without saying so.
And he has made it clear that it was a payment to a firm that has nothing to do with you. Yes, isn't that so, Pio?
Actually, that's the position. That's the position, yes.
Let the chips rest where they fell.
All right, thank you very much, Mr.
Shurie,
Speaker.
Naisula, and Gikaria.
Thank you very much, Mr.
One
Speaker.
question each.
Okay, and Chair, Professor Kithure Kindiki, you have very well said that you're going to be a very humble but very firm CS if approved, which I appreciate. I also want to take the line that my boss here has said, that the former ministers have been very powerful, but I want you to choose to be a helpful minister, not really a powerful minister, and a facilitative, not a frustrative like we have had before. But within that context, please give us what is your vision for this Minister of Interior and National Administration, and what is your strategy? What do you want to achieve for the betterment of this country? On that line, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the nominee. The chiefs in this country have been facilitated by wazee wa vijiji and wazee wa nyumba kumi, and they have been effective because of this lot. But the previous administration refused to recognize the wazee wa vijiji and wazee wa nyumba kumi in law, and refused to remunerate them. And they live as paupers, but they're very helpful within the mainstream administration. What is your vision? Are you going to get them paid, recognized, or are you going to refuse to do so like your predecessor did? I brought a bill to Parliament to try to pay them, but your predecessor refused. Are you going to pay wazee wa vijiji? Are you going to recognize them in law so that they can continue to do the good job that they are doing? I thank you.
Shurie.
Thank you, Chair. On a nominee, there's questions which have been asked about the long and tedious procedure of vetting persons from border communities when they seek identification and travel documents. How do you plan to facilitate access by all Kenyans to these crucial documents that are a constitutional right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We should emulate that batch. Naisula, follow suit with one question.
Thank you, Chair, but I'll request for your indulgence because what I'm about to ask is something that I know many of us share in this committee. And I constantly get the feeling that office holders responsible with matters security don't really understand or even are willing to comprehend the pain and losses caused by insecurity in the north. Cattle rustling is seen as a tradition and a people's backward culture. Kindly allow me to put this into context, and actually I pray for God's strength as I present this. Just yesterday, when I was undertaking this very important national duty, I received a text that criminals from my neighboring constituency, that is Tiati, ambushed herders, injured one person, and drove away with cattle. As if that was not enough, the criminals continue to be bolder by the day. This morning, they attacked again. As we speak, they have killed one person. 2 people are missing, one who is actually my staff, and they've stolen goods. On a normal day as a leader, I would have dropped everything, including this assignment, and rushed to my constituency to condole, bury, and have local security meetings. Then back to Nairobi, go to OP, we get a chopper, we go for security meetings, and we come back to Nairobi. Calm is restored, then reiteration attacks, most likely from my community, will take place, and the cycle continues. And this is the daily life of a typical pastoralist living along the border of another pastoralist county. The only time as a country we behave shocked or surprised is when we lose our security personnel, and only when we lose more than 2 or 3 lives. When will one life be too many to lose in the northern parts of this country? It should never be lost to us that at one point we lost over 42 police officers, and the only thing we have to show in Baragoi is a monument with the names of these fallen heroes. As a leader, I don't run away from my responsibility and have been consistent and diligent. But nominee, I am tired. I am honestly tired, and Kenyans are tired. What do you intend to do differently from your predecessors, away from the usual rhetoric and threats? Perhaps you need to come and live in Kurkur, Pora, Longewan, Losuk, incognito for only 1 week. Come and stay there. What strategy or are your thoughts do you have to end this menace once and for all, so that as a leader I can execute my other national duties and not concern myself only on matters security? Thank you.
Thank you. Gikaria, Professor, I've allowed that emotional discourse because of the peculiar circumstances of the member. Gikaria.
Thank you, Chair.
One question.
Pongezi Kindiki.
Owen Bayo, switch off your microphone, please.
The question that I have, Honorable Kindiki, is that Kenya Kwanza Manifesto acknowledges that ensuring safe, secure, and fair environment through democratic policing, which contributes to development. What measures will you put in place to revive community policing initiative in urban areas and restore the public trust in the National Police Service? And I'm saying this because at the same time, maybe you can give us what constitutes a criminal gang that is supposed to be to be banned, like these criminal gangs. In my place now, there is a gang called Confirm, and it is really bringing a lot of insecurity issues within the. So what would be required for that group to be, not to be confirmed, to be, declared illegal, such that we can restore peace and order in Nakuru at large? Thank you.
Professor, those are 4. You can respond.
Thank you, Chair. On the first one, I promise to the nation and to the House, to this committee, that I will do what the Honorable Baya has recommended, which is to be a helpful and facilitative minister on this very sensitive docket. My vision is to transform the national government administrative structure, NGAO, from a structure which has the amenability for misuse by politicians and leaders, to increasingly allow this very useful structure to concentrate on its mandate, which is to sensitize the public on government programs, mobilize the public on important national issues, and actually be agents, the agents of government for service delivery and citizen empowerment. That is the vision I have for this cadre. It can be done. It will be done. I also envisage a difficult project of trying to improve the relationship between our police service and citizens, because there has been over the years broken relationship and trust deficit between the police and the public. And some of the reasons for that trust deficit, some of the reasons are actually beyond the control of the police officers themselves. The poor terms and conditions, the lack of facilitation at the service delivery points. For example, you have over 600 police stations without a penny in terms of AIE. You want that OCS to arrest a suspect, it is up to that OCS to feed the suspect and take them to court. You want a DCI officer to record a statement, they do not have money even to buy a notepad or a pen. So some of the things we blame the police officers for are actually caused by lack of a working environment that is suitable for delivery of services. So I intend also, in line with the Kenya Kwanza bottom-up model of delivery of services, to use the police station as the service delivery point and work from there upwards, as opposed to relying only on the top commanders in terms of trying to understand the working environment in which our police officers work. With regard to Nyumba Kumi, I am a firm believer that this is a very critical organ within our security architecture. The kind of requests that have been presented by this cadre are very modest actually, including 500 shillings for 2 meetings a week. That's 1,000 shillings a week. It can even be 2 meetings a month. And using the budget that is already available, we can cut down on non-core expenditure and make sure we deploy some of the resources to be able to appreciate this very critical cadre, which is at the bottom of the pyramid of our security architecture. With regard to community policing, Honorable Gikaria, I agree that there are a number of organized gangs in many of the urban centers in our country, with some form of permanence, organization, and command structure. And therefore, perhaps those are details we need to share so that we can, if there is a consistency and these elements exist in the people committing those crimes in Nakuru, we can be able to support you and the people of Nakuru to make sure that we get rid of these people. With regard to the last issue on cattle rustling, I agree with the Honorable Naisula. The Honorable Naisula speaks on behalf of about 67% of Kenya's territory, the Kenya of the North. The Kenya of the North includes the North Rift, Northeastern, parts of Tana River, and some parts of the coastal strip fall in that category. A territory that is largely facing very serious insecurity. And allow me just to address the issue of banditry in the North Rift. I have been instructed, subject to this approval process, to make sure that we deal with banditry once and for all in the North Rift. Therefore, what am I going to do? I will not be sharing operational issues here, but one of the challenges we have is the lack of operational capability for our officers who are serving in those areas. I have requested for facilitation so that we are able to improve the existing capabilities both for air and land mobility, but also for protection of officers to ensure that they keep the peace there and deal with that issue. We will also have to invoke the provisions of the Constitution and the National Police Service Act to ensure that we actually energize the community policing program to make sure that we don't just rely on soldiers, on officers who are just posted there and they do not even understand this terrain. So that the community helps the officers to be able to track the criminals, and in the meantime, as we venture into that collaborative community policing initiative, in the meantime, you'll allow us to do what the law says should happen to criminals. And I would not want to say further than that for now, except that I am instructed to ensure that the banditry problem is resolved once and for all. I assure Kenyans, and I assure this committee, that I will make whatever sacrifices that are required to be made. I will stay focused until this problem is over. Even if it means Honorable Naisula coming to live in the North Rift. Not for a week, not for a month. We will stay there as long as it is necessary. Because, Honorable Speaker, when criminals, bandits, castle rustlers, terrorists, when they don't fear government, as Honorable Naisula has said, that culture that they raid today, they raid tomorrow, they kill police officers, they kill civilians, when that culture permits, then the legitimacy of the state is at stake. So we'll do whatever it takes. As soon as I take office, the number one assignment is to ensure we set free this country from criminals, from bandits, terrorists, and cattle rustlers, not through press conferences. We will speak less because security does not require speaking. But I also want to assure the nation, the Honorable Chairman, we will follow the law. We will respect the Constitution. We will respect all the international human rights and humanitarian treaties that are part of the law of Kenya. But we will still do the job, because in some of the most secure countries, ruthlessness with criminals is matched with the respect for human rights. So law-abiding citizens don't have anything to fear. There will be no extrajudicial killings. There will be no abuse of human rights. But we will do to criminals what needs to be done for them under both national and international law.
The next batch of Shuria's question on issuance of travel documents. I think it says you didn't answer that.
Yes, I think the Honorable Shuria, the issue of, particularly the issue of vetting in northern Kenya, is not a requirement of the law, it's an administrative measure. In light of the need to respect fundamental rights and freedoms and make sure that there is no discrimination, we will increasingly review the procedures for vetting to make them human rights friendly and friendly to the citizens of Kenya. But in the long term, Honorable Chairman, the long-term solution for that vetting problem which is a bit uncomfortable, I must say, but is necessary, is when the country will adopt a unique identifier number at birth. An attempt was made under the Vision 2030 under the IPRS project, which was abandoned, and then the Huduma bill came and took over some of that effort and brought confusion. Some of the matters are in court, but the moment you are able to have a unique identifier number at birth, then you will not need to be vetted by anybody, because government will have the record of every child, every person born in Kenya. So the idea of vetting will go in the long term. But in the short term, please, we must secure our borders, and there are many ethnic consanguinities and relationships, especially in the north, with other ethnicities in neighboring countries. So it's not supposed to be a punishment on Kenyans. It's just meant to ensure that at least we secure our borders and make sure that we protect the Kenyan population. We will ease that and make it human rights friendly. Eventually, that has to go when that project on an integrated population registration system is complete.
Posing Emase Raso Koech.
I thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me this golden opportunity.
Everybody will ask a question, so don't worry.
For giving me, Mr. Chair, this golden opportunity. And Professor Kindiki, the nominee, if this committee sees it fit to approve you, and the House definitely then agrees with the committee, if that happens, you are coming at a very interesting time. Very interesting time, Professor Kindiki, when this country is facing myriads of threats in terms of insecurity. But allow me to ask you, Professor Kindiki, what new thing will Kenyans be expecting from you, and particularly from the area you say 67% of the place, and North Rift, and specifically where I come from? I can feel Honorable Lesuda. But let me ask you, Honorable Professor, the government has been using this approach called operation, which now I have, from my own study, I have renamed it extrajudicial killing. And I'm talking from a community, Honorable Professor and Honorable Chair, that has suffered this extrajudicial killing. But they name it operation so that it looks good. It looks accepted to be meted on a community like Pokot. Honorable Chair, you can remember. The worst one was in 1984, where almost 25% of Pokot were exterminated through that operation. Honorable Chair, through the same strategy operation. The worst and the latest was 2015, 2016, when people were massacred, abducted. Never seen, Professor Kindiki, up to today. Never seen. No question asked. And even the worst, Honorable Chair, it's going on now in Tiati. People are missing. People are getting lost in the name of operation. Because that kind of community, Professor, has been profiled for many years. And therefore, they have become like the bunching back, or it is true to do an operation in West Pokot. So you wake up, and in fact, that might be your measure, performance contract. If the first thing, you hit. So Professor Kindiki, these are people of Kenya. They have suffered. What new thing will you bring, Honorable Kindiki? Finally, Chair.
More than your bite.
Finally, Chair.
Yes.
The normal norm in Kenya is, if you want to become a police in recruitment, you must pay money to be recruited. That is the critical and biggest issue, Honorable Chair, if you allow me, that Professor Kindiki, knowing his background, must come and deal with it, Honorable Chair, so that people can feel they can be recruited fairly without selling land. I thank you, Chair.
Emase?
Thank you, Chair. My concern to the nominee is on addiction and alcohol abuse. Addiction and alcohol abuse is on the rise. and it is a crisis. So my question is, what are you going to do to address this menace? The issue of narcotic drugs. How are you going to manage to tackle the issue of trafficking of drugs? And Chair, just allow me to echo the issue on IDs, because I come from a border constituency, that is Teso South. If you're going to Uganda, members will pass through my constituency. I welcome you. And our men have married from Uganda, from the diaspora. So I have a situation where we have grandmothers. These ladies were married 20 years ago, 50. Up to today, they're being treated as foreigners. They cannot own property. They cannot get IDs. This process is so tedious, it is long, and I will be following, assuming we approve you. I think that's an area I'll be following up on you to see whether it can be improved so that these women can be recognized. So that they can own IDs and they can own property and they can enjoy all other services as Kenyans. Thank you.
Russell. Thank you very much, Chair. Professor, if the House approves your nomination, you'll be the first lawyer who will be sitting in Interior. That in itself will be a history. In Kenya, there are two laws that are operating. One law is in the 67% that you talked about, and the other law operates in the remainder of the country. What the honorable members from the pastoralist communities have raised are far-reaching. It is about the exclusion of those communities who live in ASAL areas, whether they are ID cards, whether they are cattle rustling, whether they are killings, whether they are inappropriate application of the law. So my question to you, because Interior is the anchor around which Kenya moves, but more and more we see that the problem is not even in Pokot, it's not in Marsabit, Isiolo or Garissa. The problem is in the office, which fortunately you might occupy. How do you intend to go about in making Kenyans feel that they are in a unitary state and they enjoy equal opportunity as Kenyans? Thank you, Chair.
Professor, mine will be on professionalization of our security agencies and provincial administration. I did go with you to many parts of this country where your predecessor will use the provincial administration to scatter our rallies, use the chiefs to execute political errands, thus making the provincial administration untidy. The Constitution 2010 has a place for the provincial administration and the politicians. What will you do different from your predecessor?
Thank you. Professor, those are 4.
Thank you. Let me start with the last one. The President has already pronounced publicly that it is not the intention of this administration to use national government administration officers or police officers to do politics. Taking cue from that pronouncement, which is as it should anyway, we, and I can say I, subject to the approval by this House, will refrain from interfering in any way whatsoever with the decision-making independence and operational independence of the police, but at the same time, I'll refrain from giving any instructions to the national government administration officers to facilitate the politics of any political party, including Kenya Kwanza, because that is against the Public Officer Ethics Act. It is also against the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act. It is unethical for a member of the National Government Administration Office to support the activities or the political activities of a political party, and to use the instruments that are supposed to be used to protect citizens and their property to propagate the political activities of any political party. With regard to the issue of cultural rustling again, which has been repeated by the Honorable Kosing, one, there is need for enhanced capability. You remember in 1996, this country lost a district commissioner, Mr. James Nyandoro, when the helicopter he was flying, as he was trying to track cattle which had been stolen in Turkana, was shot down by bandits. When I talk about capability, I mean the need to modernize the armed personnel carriers, both land and air carriers, because the kind of carriers that require to get criminals out of the caves and gorges are the type that cannot fall under the fire of these bandits. I know a case has been made that violence is not an option, and I agree. But it's one of the options. It's one of the options. It's not the only option, but it's the one of the options. Because what language are you going, what discussion are you going with a criminal who has stolen 100 cows from an innocent person and is hiding in a gorge? What is he doing in a gorge in the first place? So you flatten the gorge to start with. Then now you can, because what is he doing in a gorge with people's livestock? So that is one of the issues, the issue around capability, including personal protection of the young officers that we send sometimes, and even the more experienced ones. I've seen a GSO officer was shot the other day, somewhere in Baringo, shot dead in the line of duty. And then, so some force has to be used. But I have also assured the nation we'll follow the law. The Honorable Didaraso is right. I am a lawyer, and not just a lawyer, I'm a human rights lawyer. That's what I trained in. Even the most established democracies must use violence to protect 99% of its citizens against the 1% that want to destroy our democracy, period. I have no apologies to make about this. That is the law. We will respect human rights. There will be no extrajudicial killings, but criminals have to be faced as criminals, period. And crimes have no ethnicity. Crimes are not political. Even if a politician is committing a crime, he's a criminal. A lawyer committing a crime is a criminal. A doctor committing a crime is a criminal. And they belong to no ethnicity. But I also agree there are other methods that have not been used maximally before, like community policing, like enhancing the capability of Kenya Police Reservice, most of whom were disarmed in the north, remunerating them so that also these KPR again don't get tempted to misuse those firearms because they are hungry, and also other interventions including a Marshall Plan. The ultimate solution to setting free the Kenya of the North from the hands of criminals is a Marshall Development Plan of infrastructure, electricity, roads, hospitals, schools, etc. And that is in the Kenya Kwanza Plan. So I'll be collaborating with the other agencies to make sure that as we deal with the criminals, we are also opening up that area so that it is easy to convince even those who have been socialized to believe that only crime can give them a livelihood, the alternative livelihoods that can help them feed their children. Finally, very quickly on NACADA, there is a process which is ongoing about enhancing the control aspects on alcohol and narcotic drugs. My 1 second take of how else we can improve this is to use the education curriculum review that is taking place through a task force now to see how we can just try and resocialize our children, because the drug addiction menace has cascaded to very young sectors of our population, and only the education system, which is the software that instills positive moral values, can perhaps be used even as we enhance the control of these substances among our population. And from the Honorable Emase, the issue of spouses and citizenship is one of the reform measures which I am informed is already ongoing, to make sure that there are no delays. If the principal spouse, for example, has citizenship, the other spouse application should not delay, and so forth and so on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of information, Honorable Chair. Point of information.
Who do you want to inform?
I want to inform the nominee.
Okay.
It's fundamental, Honorable Chair, at the level. Maybe I wanted to inform the nominee, Honorable Chair, of an experience which you and I know, what was done in Uganda by President Museveni to pacify one of the worst areas called Karamoja areas. When Museveni took over, Honorable Chair, you know that. He has pacified the entire place without using this extrajudicial killing. And if you go down to that side from Moroto, Namuda, that is where, of course, our community live, you rarely see anybody with a gun. But if you had to go there, maybe 1980s, everybody had a gun. What happened in Uganda is not happening in Kenya, Honorable. So that's information, Honorable Chair, that I want to share with the nominee, now that also Uganda is our friends, that he can also enjoy that information from Uganda. I thank you.
Yes. Ferdinand Mishi Daud Amisi. Yes, Honorable Raso.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe the good professor did not answer my question to my satisfaction, particularly in application of the law, that there are two laws that are operating in this country. The laws of some parts, the 40% of the country, and the 60%. And that is why the honorable members from the arid and semi-arid lands have raised very heavy issues on this floor.
I thought he said that he acknowledges persistent and consistent discrimination of people living in the north, and that it's going to be his duty to make sure that this becomes part of our history. He didn't say those words, but that's how I understood him. Is that so, Professor?
That is so, and I said because many of them are administrative measures, they are not legal measures, we will sit down with the leaders and communities to see how we can make them more human rights friendly. But I did caution that some of these measures are critical to secure our borders, but they should not be used to punish citizens. So increasingly, no person from any part of Kenya should feel being treated differently, and so I will be seeking the support and counsel from the leadership from these areas to see what can be improved without hurting critical aspects of national security.
The next batch of 4, Ferdinand, Mishi, Daud, and Amisi, all honorable members of the committee. Each members. I want to, on the behalf of the police service, National Police Service, ask you a question about the review of their terms of service. I think they have been complaining that poorly enumerated, and that's why I think some of them are involved in the bribes and of course the killings that we see. What you intend to do on their terms of service and particularly the payments? Thank you. Thank you. Mishi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first on a rider on Emase's questions, I would like to ask the nominee that how are you going to do to destroy the cartels and the syndicates in the police forces who collude with drug barons? And my question will be on the small arms. Honorable Speaker, I understand Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda created the Regional Center on Small Arms in the Great Lake region. And they also established Nairobi Protocol with the aim of ensuring that they reduce illicit small arms proliferation in the country. But despite that, what we have witnessed in this country, that any Dick and Harry, anybody who wants to access firearms, he can access those arms. And that is why we have rampant insecurity in this country. What measures are you going to put in place to ensure that only those people who are authorized and they seek permission from the relevant department in the ministry, in the relevant ministry, that they can access firearms so that we can reduce insecurity in this country? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mishi. Amisi, oh sorry, Dawood first.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Speaker. To the nominee, Professor Kindiki, the previous administration established a lot of sub-counties or districts, locations, and boundaries have been an issue between many counties, between my county and your county, Professor Kindiki, as well as counties in Nyanza and Rift Valley. And because the docket of the districts and the boundaries would squarely fall under your administration, under the national administration, how are you going to handle the boundaries issue, as well as personnel for the new districts and locations which were created, especially even in my constituency, more than 5 or 7 years back, and we still chiefs, and many places in Meru County and in Kenya in general do not have the sub-county DCCs and ACCs deployed. So that's what I want to ask. I know between our counties, you were in one of the meetings together with the governors and the members of parliament regarding the boundary issue between Tharaka, Nithi and Meru County. I want to know how you will handle this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Amisi?
Thank you, Chair. The issue of refugees, you've written articles on refugees. I saw it somewhere. And the repatriation of refugees and closing of Dadaab refugee camp was a hot topic in the previous regime. How are you going to handle it going forward? Are you going to revise the decision that was made before in regard to that? Influx of foreign nationals is also a big issue here in Kenya. We are going towards regional blocks, East African Community expanding, African Free Trade, African Continental Free Trade Area. We are opening up our borders too much, and in long run we are going to be overflown. Remember what has happened in South Africa because of opening up borders. Then you start having xenophobic attacks to foreigners. Close related to that, the NHIF of the police officers has been these ones, and from especially the prison officers who are always complaining, and they don't have trade unions to complain on their behalf.
Another 4, you can answer this.
Thank you, Chairman. A manifesto to review the terms of service for the police officers and some of the complaints that the officers make about their working conditions are actually right, they are correct, they are justified. So we shall be looking at how to handle that within the resource constraints of the country and also within the independence and mandate of the Salaries and Remunerations Commission. But one way of even achieving some of the things that the non-benefit aspects of welfare is by reviewing the ministry's existing budget to remove non-core expenditure and deploying that expenditure to facilitate officers to protect our country, to protect our people and their property. With regard to cartels and drug barons, the Cabinet Secretary provides policy direction to the National Police Service and the other formations under the ministry. Through this oversight, which is provided in law, we will make sure that no protection is afforded to any officer or any person who is associated with drug cartels and drug barons. So we are going to perform our duty to provide the policy oversight on our forces. Because when the instructions and policy direction come from the top, it's easier to manage than when there is none. With regard to proliferation of small arms and light weapons, I would like to respond as follows. That one, we may have to review and look at the framework for licensing of firearms in this country to ensure that the right people are the people who are licensed to carry firearms. Secondly, with regard to firearms already in possession of, in the hands of criminals, we will have to review our policy on disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration to ensure that we mop out firearms in the wrong hands. And this is associated with the program that we discussed earlier in this session about how to ensure that we pacify and make it peaceful in most of the countries where bandits are reigning supreme. With regard to sub-counties, all sub-counties, locations, sub-locations which have already been established by law should have personnel. So I'll be sitting with all leaders who are representing areas which have this kind of needs, and this will be something that we'll implement with immediate effect so long as a sub-county has been gazetted in accordance with the law and the locations and sub-locations have been created in accordance with the established procedure. With regard to boundaries, the Constitution of 2010 froze the review of boundaries and applied the Districts and Provinces Act of 1992. But the Constitution also in Article 188 requires a review of boundaries, county boundaries, through a process which is independent from the electoral and boundaries process. So some of these historical issues will be resolved through that way. But in the meantime, the struggles around boundaries are normally struggles that are fueled by political leaders. What I know from my experience as a leader is that there are genuine grievances among citizens about ownership of property. And therefore, the ongoing reforms on the land information management system that will provide the cadastre of the entire country will help remove these issues on who owns which property, because there are some people with title deeds on top of other people's property. The Ministry of Lands has just completed the cadastre for Nairobi City. I have been fortunate to see that cadastre, and you'll be shocked, people owning plots on roundabouts, on top of people's buildings, and inside Karura Forest. So once this cadastre process, and the Kenya Kwanza, the executive order signed by the President on 12th of October, has already identified this area of land information management, rolling out of these limbs and the preparation of the national cadastre as one of the reforms that will be taken across the country, so that you know where your property is and nobody has a title deed on top of somebody else's farm. But the boundaries issue will have to be resolved in accordance with Article 188 of the Constitution and in accordance with the Districts and Provinces Act of 1992. Finally, on the issue of refugees, the traditional methods of providing durable solutions to the refugee problem, namely voluntary repatriation, local integration, and resettlement to third countries, the ministry will pursue them a little more robustly, especially considering genuine cases of local integration for refugees who have lived in this country for 40, 50 years and are not under any negative security profile. There is no need of sending somebody home who was born here and is 55 years old. He's going home, he's going to a country just to die. He's going to a country of his death as opposed to a country where he has lived all his life. But we'll couple this with the resettlement and as well as voluntary repatriation for those who want to voluntarily return to their countries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to the Honorable Mukami, Morugara, and Mule, and Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. The nominee, Professor Kidiki, congratulations. Professor, Kenya has been experienced numerous disasters in the past, ranging from bomb blast, terror attacks, floods, collapsing of buildings, to name but a few. Whenever this happens, it only confirms lack of preparedness. Despite having a national emergency response unit, as the cabinet secretary in charge of this unit, what measures will you put in place to raise the level of preparedness to respond effectively to the emergency and national disaster? And finally, through the chair, Professor Kidiki, you come from our region. Our children, our future generation, are getting finished because of alcohol. I don't know what you are going to do, and I am praying, if God give you this chance to serve as a cabinet minister, I'm praying, kindly try, if you go to our schools and in the surrounding areas, our children are finished. Thank you, Professor Kidiki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are a voter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, it's the voters who have sent me to him to ask these questions on their behalf, and they are listening.
You're entitled to one.
No. This, you have to indulge me because of, but I'll be very fast in asking these questions. Number one, it's from the border riders, the school bus drivers, and everybody. It is welcome that you are going to improve the terms of service of the police officers, including their remuneration and housing. However, we know as a matter of fact that on every road, these officers do erect illegal road tolls, roadblocks, and stops so that they can extort money from poor citizens of the country, including border riders. What will you do as the minister, and as soon as you have improved these terms, to end that corruption which happens? What are you going to do to ensure that we do not hear of these illegal roadblocks and tolls, etc.? Number two, the police officers themselves are asking. We have a huge shortage of police officers in the country. The ratio is possibly 1 to 6,000 persons. which is not acceptable because the world standards are about 1 to 300 people. Do you have any plans whatsoever to increase the number of police officers in the country so that security per person is enhanced? From the area managers, this is their question, because I took a petition for them to Parliament. It was passed, but that was the end of it, and now you're going to be on this seat. The smallest unit of administration in the country is actually the village. This is where we find a person called area manager, who is supposed to be the president of that village. This person executes all manner of duties, including is the security officer, he is the judge, the jury, and the executioner. He is also the divorce court in the village. Is the one to whom people fall to when they want to divorce or they want to remarry or whatever. Do you plan in the administrative system that we are now going to review to start with the village as the basic unit of administration, and what plans will you implement to ensure these people are actually remunerated? Thank you.
Hey, thank you. They also reconcile couples. It's not just about divorce and marriage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being the last to talk to the nominee, Professor, you are inheriting a service, and especially the police service, whereby internationally on the police corruption index, as a country from the highest corrupt country, which I will not name, we are number 10 at the index of 7.88, and the ratio of police officers in Kenya per population is 1 police officer serving almost between 800 to 1,000, whereas the international norms, where Kenya has signed to be part and parcel, runs from 1 police officer to about 300 to 450. Professor, it is important to have a view of this as you take up this most important docket. If you are approved by this House, there are several scenarios. One scenario is members of parliament put up police stations, police posts, and police housing, and the last regime, without public participation, collapsed some of these units, and I can attest some of those properties are idle without police officers, creating an extra exposure of risk to Kenyans involved in those areas. The new policy of I want to find out from you, what new policy will you put in place on recruitment of police officers? With this kind of index which I started with about corruption, you can be assured during recruitment, corruption is the center of who will be picked. And last is, how are you going to refurb the air wing, police air wing department in the country, so that you can be in total control of it? We know very well the air services of the police were merged with KWS, the army, and the rest, whereby they were collapsed to something which we cannot understand. And I believe you have said that you'll deal with the issue of how to refurb the police. I want to hear what we're going to do on the police air wing. Last but not least is that we have officers.
Not right. You're entitled to 1 question.
Okay.
You are doing the 4th.
I'm just the last person. So let me finish with that. The police,
you are not entitled to that latitude. You read that. Time up.
Okay. It is only 1 minute, Speaker, if you indulge. We have quite a number of police officers who are graduates, who have gone to school, and their school, and we are aware that for them to move forward and get better remuneration, it was stopped. What are you going to do as the in charge of the department to make sure that we look at the issue of those officers who are graduates. Thank you very much. If I've offended you, Ichungwa, sorry.
You've not offended Ichungwa, you have violated the direction of the chairman.
Thank you, Speaker, because he's repeating questions.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Chairman, I just wanted to follow up on the same question that Honorable Murungaru said, and I think some of my electorate have said, why don't you assure them that you will have body cameras for all police officers who are going to be interacting with the public, so they're not collecting bribes on the road and terrorizing motorists? They said it's well to take care of their welfare, but the public want you to assure them that you'll also take care of their welfare against the police officers. And lastly, I think as someone who's been falsely accused in the past, I think you didn't get an opportunity to reconfirm that on the initiation, what had been said, to confirm that did you or did you not receive 15 million from NYS. I think it's important that that goes on the record.
I didn't get the last one, Speaker, Chairman.
I said you never got an opportunity to clarify the allegation that had been made by Honorable Wundanyi Opio. So I was saying you can use this opportunity to reconfirm that you indeed, because it was not confirmed properly.
Go ahead, Professor.
Thank you, Speaker. With regard to disasters, the Security Laws Amendment Act of 2014 made a lot of progress with regard to providing a multi-agency responses to security concerns. We have the country has a humanitarian disaster preparedness and response mechanism, but that has not been well anchored in the law. My objective is to make sure that the same is properly anchored in law, but above that, to integrate the civilian interventions and responses to disasters with the security agencies, so that you have one comprehensive response which involves both civilians and also members of the security forces. With regard to alcohol, I think it's a national problem, as I have said. And I think instead of the top-down approach to the fighting of illicit brews, we may need to start conversations in the areas most affected by this menace of alcohol and drugs from the communities to help us generate the solutions, because in the past there have been very violent and decisive crackdowns on illicit brews and alcohol, and perhaps the results have not been very successful. With regard to border borders and school buses, I am aware that the National Transport Safety Authority is working on policy on the transportation through border borders, transportation of school children and the use of school buses, and also transportation of dangerous goods. And that can be a good opportunity for us to define what traffic police can or should do. But on the direct question of roadblocks, I think the issue of roadblock is an outdated policy of traffic management and policy. We should move towards the digitization of road safety management to ensure that people who violate traffic rules are electronically identified and are also electronically punished, so that you don't stop not just school children, you also don't stop not just border borders, but you also don't stop somebody coming from church with his family, and because of overspeeding, exceeding the speed limit by a few kilometers per hour, you book them in a police station until the weekend is over, when you'll take them to court. There are easier ways of electronically dealing with those management of road safety. So we'll be following up on that. And those spikes and whatever are things Kenya should move away from. They don't look good. They even are sometimes causes of accidents and lack of safety on the roads. With regard to the issue of area managers, it is my view, I believe, that area managers should be compensated for the work they do without affecting the budget, because again the resource pass continues to remain the same and the needs are increasing day by day. With regard to the question of police people taking bribes, this is the lowest image problem we have in the police force. I'll take leadership in trying to ensure that the police are able to reclaim their position and dignity among the society, and we will take measures, both deterrent but also through a reward system, to ensure that it becomes corruption becomes something that can be is an exception within the force, by encouraging a reward system and a name and shame program within the force. With regard to prison services, yes, the reforms that we intend to do in the police service will also happen in the police prison service. And in fact, since the departure of the Honorable Mudia Warriors, Minister for Home Affairs, prison reforms have stalled. And this is an area which I think we require to be looked at afresh, with a view of making sure that these places become places of rehabilitation and correction of offenders, as opposed to places where people go to commit even further crimes when they are already in custody. Finally, with regard to recruitment, I want to promise this country and this committee that if I am approved as Cabinet Secretary for the Interior and National Administration, I will do whatever it takes to make sure that no Kenyan pays 1 shilling for their child who merits to be recruited within the police service, the prison service, and other formations under this ministry.
Thank you, Professor. Let me also ask you just 2 questions. The first one, Professor, is the integrity of the Kenyan passport. The Kenyan passport is said to be one of the easiest to forge. Criminals from our neighbors, our brothers from West Africa, and many others. As foreign minister, I encountered cases where there were nationals of Zambia, Guinea, Nigeria, all these countries, in jails, particularly in Asia, China, Thailand, where narcotic crimes are punished very heavily. And they are profiled and identified there as Kenyans because they have forged and are carrying Kenyan passports. What are you going to do as minister to enhance the integrity of our passport? Number 2, in comparable jurisdictions, getting a passport is a right of every citizen. In fact, many countries like the UK, they don't have any other identification document other than the passport. In this country, getting a passport is an extremely tedious process. There are people who queue for up to a year, 2 years. You want to travel out of the country, to get an entitlement of a travel document, you have to bring all manner of documents to prove that you are entitled to what you should have. What are you going to do about this? The last one is what you have just been talking about, roadblocks. And you and I have discussed this before. In 2016, I remember calling the then IG from Eldoret to Bungoma, where I come from, is under 100 kilometers. And on one morning, I drove from Eldoret to Bungoma and I counted 24 roadblocks. 24. Each roadblock is being manned by an average of 4 to 6 police officers. And you could see no crisis that warranted either those numbers at each roadblock or those numbers of roadblocks. I remember President Kagame of Rwanda asking President Kibaki to reduce roadblocks because businessmen from Rwanda were finding it difficult to transact their business by transporting cargo from Mombasa to Rwanda because of the number of roadblocks, which were also toll stations. What are you going to do to eliminate this menace? Thank you. And may I also disclose to the committee that the Honorable Nominee is a very close friend to me. We have practiced law together, and we research and write some things together in furtherance of the law.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman and honorable members, with regard to forgery of the Kenyan passport, the e-passport features introduced in 2017 September goes a long way in upgrading the security features and the status of the Kenyan passport internationally. Unfortunately, the uptake has been slow. Until now, only 1.6 million Kenyans have converted the old passports into the e-passports out of the 3.5 million Kenyans who own passports. The deadline has been extended, and under the East African Community Protocol, I think the deadline now has been extended to December, 30th November. But I doubt that even with that extension, there will be many more Kenyans because of the reasons, some of which you have highlighted. So this forgery issue, once every Kenyan has an e-passport, will be something that perhaps will be a rare occurrence. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I believe, just like the chair does, that a passport is a basic identity document.
Songea tukupashe na zile ambavyo vitakupa tabasamu tosha.
Hana mapenzi wala mahaba, mtoto mbaya sana huyu.
What did you just say? Sio tamthilia tu.
And why you are saying that
Ni tamthilia tosha.
Alinishika hivi. What?
Sio burudani tu, ni burudani tosha.
It is the day that the Lord has made.
Na sinema bomba.
Kabisa kama uelewi kitu unafaa uelewe.
Na mada za kusisimua. KBC Channel 1, shirika la utangazaji Kenya.
The world's biggest sporting event is here with us. The FIFA World Cup 2022 in Qatar. KBC Television will air live 28 selected matches, while radio will beam live all the 64 matches. We would like to bring to the attention of the public that KBC is the only station that has exclusive 2022 FIFA World Cup free-to-air FTA broadcast rights for both TV and radio in the Kenya territory, and no other media outlet. Therefore, catch all the FIFA World Cup action live and exclusive on KBC TV and radio. KBC is indeed your true sports partner. The legends, and familiar chants will grace KBC once again. Don't need.
Tell me why. Why did you hide this from me?
No, Gonzalo, please listen to me.
I want an answer.
Please don't get mad at me.
I want an answer now.
How dare you say that? I won't leave without you, understand? Understand that you will obey me. Let go of her. Let go of her. You'll stay out of this. I will leave its gall. Karma. You just get what you give. Karma.
Yes.
I love women like you who have attitude. Tobias Lopez stated that Hector was a part of a gang. I want you to talk to him so he can give you the names of all the gang members.
I don't believe this. He's supposed to go for his throat, not the arm.
Damn it. Bobby Steve got stuck.
Get him off me!
Aimed in for Kurtza! With touch, with finesse, and steered beyond Romero. And Germany are the champions of the world.
It has been a magnificent World Cup, won by a worthy goal in the marvellous city of Rio. Thank you, Brazil. Danke.
Divert public funds, misuse public funds, misuse public human resources for political or other considerations. I also promise this House I'll cooperate with Parliament and other institutions of state to serve Kenyans. Finally, if I am approved, I'll remain grateful to this House for the opportunity, and I promise I will not let Kenya down. I'll do my best for the country, and this is a solemn promise before God, before the President, before government, and before my fellow citizens. If you approve me, you will get value for that decision. Thank you, Honorable Chair. God bless Kenya, and God bless you.
Thank you, Professor. You are now released to go to your other duties, and God bless you too. So I give you 5 minutes break, health break. 5 minutes.
Mtazamaji, ya siku ya pili ya vikao vya kuwasaili mawaziri wateule wanaotarajiwa kujaza nafasi mbalimbali au kujaza nafasi za wizara mbalimbali katika serikali yake Rais William Ruto. Anayetoka kupigwa msasa kwa sasa ni waziri mteule katika wizara ya usalama wa kitaifa, Profesa Kithure Kindiki, ambaye amekaa hapo kuanzia saa 3 masaa mawili kufikia sasa, ambapo alikuja kutetea ufaafu wake kwa kupata nafasi hiyo, akijieleza kwa undani, na maswala yameibuliwa mengi hapo na wanachama wa kamati hiyo ya uteuzi ambayo inaongozwa na spika wa bunge la kitaifa Moses Wetangula. Maswala mengi yameibuka, lakini cha kwanza alichokieleza Profesa Kithure Kindiki ni kuhusu thamani ya mali alionayo, akikadiria kuwa milioni 544 katika mali hii ametaja kuwa ana uwekezaji katika masuala mbalimbali kama vile umiliki wa mijengo mbalimbali, uwekezaji katika hazina tofauti tofauti, pamoja na shughuli zake yeye kama wakili. Vile vile ametaja masuala kuhusiana na kazi yake ambayo anasema pia ni mojawapo ambayo inaweza kuwa imechangia pakubwa katika thamani ama mali alionayo kwa sasa. Masuala yaliyoibuliwa na wanachama wa kamati hii ya uteuzi mengi yamehusiana na swala la usalama humu nchini, ikizingatiwa kwamba ni wizara muhimu. Wanachama hapa wakisema kwamba wizara anayoingia kuishikilia ama atakayoingia kuishikilia Kithure Kindiki, wapo ataweza kupitishwa na bunge baada ya ripoti kuwakilishwa bungeni la kitaifa kuweza kuiasisi na kuiangalia ubora wake na kuwapitisha hawa waliopigwa msasa siku hii ya leo ama kuanzia jana, basi wanasema ni wizara muhimu sana. Na wakaibua masuala mbalimbali yanayotokana na mambo ya kiusalama humu nchini, masuala kama vile ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo ya mipakani mwa humu nchini, maeneo pia ambayo yametajwa kwa pengine maeneo kame kama vile maeneo ya Baringo, Pokot kule ambako mara kwa mara kumekuwa kukishuhudiwa ukosefu wa usalama. Swala la ukosefu wa usalama katika eneo hilo limekuwa donda ndugu ambalo tunaweza sema kwamba serikali mbalimbali zimeweza kuchukua hatamu, lakini swala hilo la ukosefu wa usalama katika eneo hilo bado halijapata suluhu mwafaka. Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo Kithure Kindiki ameweza kuhusishwa nalo kwa sana. Viongozi wengi ama wanachama wengi ambao ni wabunge katika maeneo yale, wakitaka aeleze bayana ni vipi atakavyoweza kusaidia ama ni jambo lipi lipya atakaloweza kulileta kuweza kushughulikia masuala hayo ya ukosefu wa usalama katika sehemu zile. Naye Kindiki akasema yapo mengi ambayo yataweza kufanywa. La msingi amesema ni kwamba hakutokuwa na kuzembea katika kuwashughulikia ama kuchukua hatua mwafaka na hawa majangili. Manake kuna maeneo ambayo yamekuwa yakikumbwa na ukosefu wa usalama kutokana na majangili waliokuwepo kule. Kuna ule wizi wa mifugo ama cattle rustling, majangili wanaofahamika kwa lugha ya kizungu kuwa bandits. Vile vile kuna wale criminals tu, wahalifu ambao ni wahumu na mle, na pia kuna swala la terrorist ambalo kulingana na waziri mteule katika wizara ya usalama wa kitaifa Profesa Kithure Kindiki amesema ndio maswala manne ama ndio makundi manne ambayo yamekuwa yakileta ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo mbalimbali humu nchini, akisema kwamba hawatalegea ama hawatalegeza kamba katika kuwashughulikia vilivyo, japo zipo kanuni mbalimbali ambazo zinahitajika kuangaliwa, tuseme kama vile human rights za hawa watu ambao wanasemekana kuwa majangili ama kuwa majambazi ama kuwa wahalifu. Anasema zipo sheria mbalimbali, kanuni mbalimbali zinazostahili kuangaliwa kadri wanavyotekeleza kazi hii ya kujaribu kuangamiza ama kumaliza ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo hayo. Lakini amesema kwamba hawatalegeza kamba. Kwa lugha ya Kiingereza akisema kwamba criminals will be dealt with as criminals, kwamba violence has to be put kwa hawa watu waweze kushughulikiwa ama waweze kumalizwa inavyofaa ama usalama uweze kupatikana inavyofaa katika nchi ya kidemokrasia. Amesema katika nchi yoyote ile iliyoko na demokrasia, basi ni lazima kuwe na njia mwafaka, ni lazima kuwe na njia ambazo zinaweza kumaliza hali hii ya uhalifu, na kwamba si kubembelezana tu ama si kuzungumza. Amesema kwamba haitakuwa tu ni mkutano tu ya boardroom meetings vile anavyosema, lakini itakuwa ni kazi zinazofanyika kule nje, kwamba watakwenda kule nje kuhakikisha kwamba upo usalama na hatua zinachukuliwa kama zinavyofaa kuhakikisha kwamba maeneo yale kame ama maeneo yale yaliyo na mipaka yaliyo kule mpakani mwa Kenya basi yanapewa usalama ufaao. Vikundi vinavyolengwa haswa ikiwa ni wale majangili ama ukipenda bandits, pia wahalifu ama criminals kama alivyowataja, kuna wale terrorists na vile vile kuna wale wenye kuiba mifugo mifugo katika maeneo kama vile ya Pokot, maeneo ya Baringo, ambayo hivi majuzi pia kumeshuhudiwa mauaji kadhaa kutokana na wizi wa mifugo, jamii ambazo zinazozana, lakini ni swala ambalo limekuwa donda ndugu kwa serikali nyingi ambazo zimekuja na zikakwenda, lakini bado hakujapatikana suluhu mwafaka. Kwa hivyo ni wizara ambayo anaichukua, kama alivyosema wanachama, anachukua wizara hii iwapo atapata nafasi hiyo, anachukua wizara hii wakati ambapo nchi inazongwa na masuala mengi ama na ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo mbalimbali, na kwamba macho yote atakuwa yanaelekezwa kwake kuangalia ni hatua zipi mpya atakazokuwa anazileta katika wizara hiyo kuhakikisha kwamba Mkenya anakuwa na usalama na kwamba demokrasia inaweza kupatikana ama inaweza kuonekana ikifanya kazi ama ikiwashughulikia Wakenya. Masuala mengine yaliyoibuliwa na wanachama katika kamati hii ni kuhusiana na vitambulisho vya wakaazi ambao wanakaa katika maeneo ya mipaka, wakisema kwamba wengi wamekuwa kule, lakini kumekuwa na tatizo la wakaazi wa maeneo yale kupata vitambulisho. Kwa hivyo wanachama wa kamati hii ambao wengi ni wabunge wa maeneo yale ambao yanatatizika na hali kama hizi, basi wameweza kumtaka waziri aeleze ni vipi atakavyoweza kuhakikisha kwamba vitambulisho ama wale wakaazi wa maeneo yale hawatatiziki kupata vitambulisho, ambavyo mara nyingi kama unavyoelewa ndivyo vinavyomsaidia Mkenya kuweza kupata huduma mbalimbali katika taasisi mbalimbali, katika afisi mbalimbali, na katika kutaka kujiendeleza ima ni kibiashara ama ni maisha pande zote. Masuala mengine yalibuka pia ni dawa za kulevya. Kuna maeneo ambayo yameonekana yakiwa na changamoto za dawa za kulevya kwa vijana. Hilo pia ni swala ambalo limetajwa kuwa katika wizara hiyo ya usalama, ambapo itahitaji pia hatua zinazofaa kuweza kuwekwa ama mikakati inayostahimili kuweza kuwekwa na kuweza kusaidia kukabiliana na janga hili la dawa za kulevya. Jambo lililoibuka lingine ni kuhusiana na hali ama tunaweza sema maisha ya afisa wa polisi, ambayo kunao wanachama wa kamati hii walioibua swala hilo kusema kwamba afisa wengi wa polisi wameonekana kusumbuana na Wakenya katika kazi zao mbalimbali, wakitajwa kama wale wanaofanya kazi katika sekta ya bodaboda. Kuna wale madereva wa gari za umma ama magari ya umma, kuna pia wale madereva wa gari za shule, ikisemekana kwamba maafisa wa polisi wamekuwa kisumbuana na watu wa aina hii katika utenda kazi wao. Jambo lililoibuka kutokana na swala hili ni kuhusu maswala ya mishahara ya maafisa wa polisi. Kithure Kindiki akiulizwa iwapo ana mipango yoyote ya kuweza kuhudumia bora zaidi ama kuwawezesha maafisa wa polisi pengine kupata mishahara bora zaidi, angalau kuwezesha hali yao ya kazi kuwa bora zaidi, pengine huenda ikasaidia kupunguza haya mambo ambayo yanaonekana katika barabara hizi. Manake kunao wanachama waliosema kwamba maafisa wa polisi wamekuwa wakisumbuana na waendeshaji gari ama waendeshaji bodaboda katika sekta ya umma, kwamba wanasumbuana nao kuwatafutia hongo ama kuwalazimisha kwamba watoe hongo angalau wapate kitu kwa siku. Imesemekana kwamba pengine huenda ikawa ni hali yao ya maisha pengine kwa maafisa polisi sio bora zaidi, na kwamba kama iwapo Kithure Kindiki na mipango ya kuwezesha hali hii kwenda kubadilika pengine, na akataja kwamba serikali ya Kenya Kwanza katika kampeni zake hilo ilikuwa ni swala mojawapo ambalo waliweza kulipatia kipaumbele katika kubadilisha maslahi ya afisa wa polisi, sio tu kwa pengine kama ni mavazi ama kama ni nyumba, bali kwa mishahara, kiasi cha kwamba kitamwezesha yule afisa wa polisi ambaye atakuwa ndiye anashika doria mahali fulani, basi atakapokupata wewe Mkenya ambapo utakuwa umepatikana pengine na hatia fulani, hautakwenda kusumbuliwa mahali fulani, bali atakuhudumia inavyopaswa kisheria, na kisha kama ni kukuachilia uende zako nyumbani, tofauti na inavyoonekana pengine kwa sasa, kama wengi wanasumbuka, pengine wanahitajika kutoa hongo ya hapa na pale angalau kupata uhuru wao. Kwa hivyo ni swala mojawapo ambalo amesema watakuwa wanalipatia kipaumbele kuangalia maslahi ya huyu afisa wa polisi, anga kumwezesha kuwa na hali bora ya kimaisha. Pengine huenda ikawa itapunguza ile hali ya kumsumbua yule bodaboda pale anayefanya kazi yake barabarani, ama yule dereva wa matatu anaendesha gari lake, ama hata magari ya shule pia yametajwa kuwa ni mmoja wapo ya vikundi ambavyo maafisa polisi pengine wamekuwa wakijaribu kusumbuana nao katika barabara zetu ambazo zinatumika humu nchini. Kwa hivyo ni masuala mengi kuhusu usalama yalibuliwa. Kuna hata viongozi wa maeneo bunge mbalimbali ambao kutokana na swala hili la usalama katika maeneo yao basi limekuwa likiwakera sana, kiasi cha kwamba kuna wengine hata wameonekana kuwa na hisia za ndani zaidi, kwa kuwa ni kama wanatafuta suluhu, lakini suluhu hilo bado halijapatikana, na wote wakimtaka waziri mteule katika wizara hii ya usalama wa kitaifa Profesa Kithure Kindiki kueleza bayana basi ni hatua zipi zitakazoweza kuwekwa pale. Ni siku ya pili ya vikao hivi, leo ikiwa natarajiwa kwamba kutakuwa na mawaziri wateule 5 watakaofika mbele ya kamati hii kuweza kupigwa msasa kuhusu ufafu wao katika wizara mbalimbali walizoweza kuteuliwa. Kwa sasa kamati hii imechukua tu mapumziko ya dakika 5 kama ilivyo ada, maana baada ya kuongea kwa masaa mawili ama saa 2 basi inakuwa ni hali ambao wanahitaji muda tu wa kuweza kupumzika. Lakini watakaporudi, atakayekuwa anafika mbele ya kamati hii ni waziri mteule wa wizara ya biashara, huyu ni Moses Kuria. Ama ni mmoja wao tu wa watakao kuwa wanafika. Akumradhi mtazamaji, atakayekuwa anafika mbele ya kamati hii baada ya mapumziko tu ya dakika 5 ni Njuguna Ndungu, ambaye ameteuliwa katika wizara ya fedha na mipango ya kitaifa. Ndiye atakayekuwa wa pili kufika hapa. Kisha saa 8:30 baada ya pumziko la pili, watakapokuwa wamekwenda kwa chakula cha mcha, basi atakayekuwa anarudi kuchukua kiti hicho moto ama kupigwa msasa atakuwa ni Davis Chirchir, ambaye amechaguliwa ama ameteuliwa kuingia katika wizara ya kawi. Vile vile akitoka yeye atakuwa anakuja yupo pia Aisha Jumwa, ambaye ameteuliwa katika wizara ya huduma, vile vile jinsia, na mwisho kabisa atakuwa anamalizia basi Moses Kuria, ambaye ameteuliwa katika wizara ya biashara. Kwa hivyo leo watakuwa ni 5 kama ilivyokuwa hapo jana. Pia kama ulivyoona walikuwa ni 5. Leo pia kamati hii imepanga kuwapiga msasa mawaziri wateule 5. Tayari Kithure Kindiki ndiye aliyetoka kwenye kiti hicho, ameshafanyiwa usaili na amejieleza jinsi atakavyo hudumia nchi hii iwapo bunge litaweza kumpitisha kuchukua nafasi hiyo. Cha msingi ni kwamba wote wanaofika hapa ni lazima wajieleze iwapo wamehusika katika sakata mbalimbali, iwapo pia wamekuwa katika rekodi pengine mbaya, pengine kama na tume ama kamati mbalimbali, hususan kama ile ya Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Vile vile pia wanahitajika kueleza mali ama thamani ya mali walionayo kwa sasa, na si kueleza tu ni kiasi gani walichonacho, bali kueleza ni wapi wanaweza kutoa ama ni wapi wanapotoa mali ile ama fedha zile. Wanahitajika kueleza ni wapi wanapoweza kutoa fedha zile, kuweza kueleza kamati hii bayana kwamba iwapo wanazitoa mahali fulani basi ni wapi, na kweli kama mahali wanakukutaja basi kunaweza kuwa kunafikisha ile thamani ama mali wanayotaja kuwa nayo. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa ni mapumziko tu ya dakika 5, lakini muda si muda kamati hii itakuwa inarudi kueleza jinsi kuendeleza usaili wa mawaziri wateule wanaofika hapa ama wanatarajiwa kufika hapa siku hii ya leo. Ni zoezi ambalo lilianza jana na litakuwa linaendelea kwa siku kadhaa na pindi watakapomaliza basi ripoti itakayoandikwa na kufikishwa katika bunge la kitaifa na wabunge pale kufanya uamuzi. Kama unavyoona hapo bado ni mapumziko tu ya dakika 5, lakini muda si muda watakuwa wanarudi kuendeleza zoezi hili la usaili. Masuala yanayoibuliwa na wanachama wa kamati hii ni masuala muhimu ambayo yanagusia maslahi ya Mkenya. Masuala kama pengine vile ni usalama. Hapo jana kuna masuala ambayo yalionekana mbalimbali katika wale ambao walioweza kufika katika kamati hii ama mbele ya kamati hii. Kwa hivyo pia wanachama wa kamati hii wako na jukumu kubwa kukuwakilisha wewe Mkenya hapo nyumbani ukiwa na maswali yako mbalimbali ama maslahi ambayo ungependa yaweze kuzungumziwa. Umeona kuna wengine hata hapa walikuwa wanajaribu kurudia maswali, manake nakumbuka kuna mmoja hapo alikuwa anajaribu kuuliza swali lakini akaambiwa tayari swali hilo lishaulizwa na tayari lishajibiwa. Lakini yote 9 ni kujaribu tu kuweza kuafikia zile sehemu mbalimbali ama yale masuala mbalimbali ambayo Mkenya pale nje anaweza kuwa anatatizika nayo, na iwapo yatapata majibu mwafaka ama iwapo mawaziri wateule watakuwa na shida pengine kujibu ama kujieleza. Lakini yote 9 tu ni kuweza kufahamu tu iwapo kuna mipango mizuri ama mipango mwafaka ambao wako nayo ya kuweza kubadilisha maisha ya Mkenya. Kumbuka pia kuna swala moja ambalo limetajwa hapo na waziri mteule katika wizara ya usalama wa kitaifa Kithure Kindiki kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo imekuwa ikishuhudiwa kwamba maafisa wa polisi ama pengine machifu vile wamekuwa wakihusishwa katika kutatiza mikusanyiko mbalimbali, ima ilikuwa ni za kampeni ama ilikuwa ni mikusanyiko ya aina yoyote ile. Lakini Kithure Kindiki hapa amejeleza kusema kwamba jambo la kwanza ni kwamba Kenya Kwanza hata ilipokuwa inafanya kampeni zake ilikuwa inasema kwamba haitoruhusu maafisa wa polisi ama machifu vile kuhusishwa katika mambo yoyote yanayofungamana pengine kama na siasa ama mambo mengine ya kuweza tuseme kufanikisha mipango ya mtu binafsi, akisema kwamba wapo pale kazini kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anapata wakati wa kufanya jambo lake kama anavyotaka ama kama inavyostahili, na si kuwa sumbua wa Kenya ama kuwatatiza katika njia moja au nyingine. Kwa hivyo amesema pale kwamba swala kama hilo pengine kuona machifu maafisa wa polisi wakitumika na mtu binafsi kufanikisha pengine mapendeleo yake yeye binafsi haitoruhusiwa, manake ni jambo ambalo limekuwa likionekana huku na kule, na ni jambo ambalo limeweza kupewa kipaumbele katika kikao cha hii leo asubuhi ya leo, ambapo Profesa Kithure Kindiki amehudhuria kikao hiki akiwa yeye ndiye aliyekuwa anapigwa msasa akiwa wa 6, waziri mteule wa 6, manake hapo jana walikuwa 5, yeye leo akiwa anafungua kikao hiki cha kwanza. Tayari ameshamaliziwa zamu yake na ameelezea kwamba serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ina mipango mizuri kabisa ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba Kenya ama wizara ya usalama ama upo usalama humu nchini. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa ni mapumziko tu mafupi, lakini muda si muda watakuwa wanarudi kuweza kuendeleza zoezi hili. Jana zoezi hili liliweza kufanyika hadi saa 1 usiku. Kwa hivyo pia leo sidhani kama mambo yatakuwa tofauti, manake bado wapo watatu ambao wako katika foleni ya kufanyiwa usaili, ya kupigwa msasa. Kama unavyoona tayari mwenyekiti wa kamati hii ambaye ni spika wa bunge la kitaifa Moses Wetangula ashachukua nafasi yake, na vile vile naibu spika na vile vile karani wa bunge. Kama unavyoona pia wanachama mbalimbali wa kamati hii ambao pia ni wabunge wanaweza kuchukua nafasi zao. Lile pumziko la dakika 5 litakuwa sasa limekwisha, na watakuwa wanarudi kwa sasa kuweza kuendeleza zoezi hili, akiwa ni waziri mteule wa pili anayehitajika kufika hapa. Ni 5 walio pangiwa kufanyiwa usaili siku hii ya leo. Tayari mmoja ameshamaliziwa, alikuwa ni Profesa Kithure Kindiki ambaye ameteuliwa kujaza nafasi ya wizara ya usalama wa kitaifa humu nchini. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa anayefuata atakuwa anachukua kiti hicho, ajieleze bayana ni yapi ambayo atakuwa anaweza kuleta, ama mabadiliko yapi atakayokuwa anayaleta katika wizara aliyoteuliwa kuiongoza, bila shaka ikiwa ni kwa manufaa ya mimi na wewe, ama kwa manufaa ya Mkenya yeyote yule ambaye anatatizika, ambaye anahitaji kurahisishiwa tu maisha yake ama kazi yake. Manake wizara ni nyingi na zinagusia maeneo mbalimbali ama mambo mbalimbali, kama vile tulivyoona asubuhi ya leo ilikuwa ni masuala ya usalama. Ikiwa usalama ni jambo muhimu sana kwa kila Mkenya, ima uko katika biashara, ima uko mwanafunzi, ama wewe ni mfanyikazi wa hapa na pale, ima umeandikwa na afisi za kibinafsi ama kampuni za kibinafsi, ima unafanya kazi katika serikali, ima pengine hata hauna kazi, unafanya biashara zako za huku na kule, lakini yote tisa ni kwamba unahitaji usalama. Kwa hivyo asubuhi ya leo tumeona kwamba wabunge wameweza kulizamia kwa undani, manake kama utakubana na mimi ni kwamba hata muda uliochukuliwa kumsaili Profesa Kindiki umekuwa muda mwingi. Maswali sidhani kama wameyamaliza, lakini muda ulikuwa ushakuisha, lakini yote tisa ni kwamba yameweza kujibiwa. Anaingia hapo ni waziri mteule ambaye atakuwa ambaye atakuwa anapigwa msasa kama waziri wa pili siku hii ya leo. Kwa hiyo mtazamaji, niruhusu nikupishe tu kwa matangazo haya moja kwa moja kutoka hapa County Hall. Mtazamaji karibu, mimi ni Kamchemenza.
This is the Committee of Parliament, tasked with the responsibility under our standing orders and the law and the Constitution to conduct approval nominated by His Excellency the President as the CS for National Treasure and Planning. The committee is chaired by yours truly, the Speaker, Senator Wetangula. I will allow members to introduce themselves. Then we'll go on with other matters. Deputy Speaker.
Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Good morning and karibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kimani Shongo, Member of Parliament, Kikuyu.
Yeah, my name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Junet Mohammed, MP Suna East.
My name is Owen Bayer, MP Kilifi North.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
My name is Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County, in the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you. George Gitonga Murugara, Member Tharaka.
Thank you, Professor. My name is David Kosing, MP Pokot South, West Pokot County.
My name is Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for North Imenti in Meru County.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni, Mombasa County.
Nelson Rapkwech, MP Belgut. To your left, Prof.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala, Garissa County.
Mary Emase, MP Teso South.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Thank you, honorable members. We also have the secretarial services led by the clerk of the House. I will invite Florence to introduce her team.
Florence Atenyo Abonyo, Director Committee Services, Directorate of Audit, Appropriations and other select committees. With me is Mr. Michael Karuru, Deputy Director, Directorate of Legal Services, and the team of officers seated behind him in the, forming the Secretariat.
And the Secretariat administer the oath to the good professor. You have a choice between the Quran, the Bible, and affirmation depending on your faith.
I use the Bible, Mr. Chairman.
You raise it like that.
I, Juguna Ndungu, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Professor, you have been nominated by His Excellency the President as the CS for National Treasure and Planning. The nomination requires approval by the National Assembly before appointment, and these proceedings with you and your other colleagues that started yesterday is to engage in allowing members of the committee to interrogate you on matters touching on your integrity, your ability, your suitability in occupying the important office to which you have been nominated. We will hear you in 90 minutes. The questions that will be asked by members, we have agreed, should be concise and precise. Your answers should be equally concise and precise. It is not adversarial. We want to get facts where necessary, your opinion where necessary, and in so doing, you speak through the chair. There should be no altercation between you and any member. Neither are members going to question you directly, they also question you through the chair, as the rules of the House require. We will, once we finish with the preliminaries, I'm sure you've been watching the proceedings from elsewhere, we'll give you 10 minutes or less to tell us who you are, your short journey through life, then the exchange of questions and answers will follow. At the end, I'll also give you a few minutes, no more than 3, to recap your wishes and anything else you want to tell the committee. We'll go to the next issue of your documentation. I believe you have carried your documents, and this good lady from the Secretariat will pick if you have put them together. We want to ask you, do you have the compliance with tax obligations to the state from KRA?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I sent that. I sent the originals to this.
Do you have
committee.
The clearance with the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have clearance with Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have a certificate of good conduct from DCI?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Have you ever been charged in a court of law or convicted for any criminal offense?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other jurisdiction?
No, Mr. Chairman.
You carry only one passport?
I carry only one passport.
Very good. As a matter of interest for the committee and the country, what is your net worth?
I've registered my net worth as roughly about 950 million.
950 million. Kenya shillings or dollars?
Kenya shillings. Currently I'm earning in dollars, but everything is translated in Kenya shillings. 950,000.
950
million.
Kenya shillings. What are your current and anticipated sources of income?
Currently, I'm salaried at the African Economic Research Consortium, but I think that my anticipated earnings would be graduated coming once my contract comes to an end. Unfortunately, if I'm approved by this committee, then it means that I'll have to leave my job. The second one, that is gratuity. The other one will be maturing in financial investments through different sources, diverse sources. Those are the anticipated incomes coming to me.
Okay. I'll now open the floor to honorable members to ask you questions. I'll start with the... Oh, sorry. I'm jamming the gun, Professor.
Thank you.
Tell us the journey of your life in under 10 minutes.
Thank you. That's what I was anticipating. I hope I will take 10 minutes or less. And let me say that I'm a Kenyan, and I come from Kandara constituency in Murang'a. Actually, in Murang'a, we actually talk about location. I come from location 3 in Murang'a. And I went to school in one of the primary schools, Keguea Primary School, and I finished in 1973, joined Form 1. I was admitted to Form 1. Those are the days that you needed to be admitted. So I went to another school, a newly aided school in Murang'a, in Gatuli location, Kiabugi Secondary School. That was in 1974 to 1977. I had a first-class division that allowed me to be admitted to Kagumo High School, perhaps a school of my dreams. That was in 1978. I finished Form 6 in 1979. And in 1980, I came to Nairobi. I came to Nairobi because that was the only university in Kenya then. That is when I joined the University of Nairobi, and I was admitted to study Bachelor of Arts. I had a dream to study economics, so I was in Bachelor of Arts. You have to do 3 courses, and in the second year you start specializing on the basis of performance. So I became what we used to call then 311 economics, and so I ended up graduating in 1984. We are the group that was affected by 1982 coup, so it means that we took longer than the normal 3-year degree.
Lost 1 year.
We lost slightly more than 1 year, but it is 1 year in terms of career. Thank you, Chair. And in 1984, I graduated in Bachelor of Arts in majoring in economics. In the same year, I was admitted to actually pursue postgraduate economics, postgraduate degree in Masters in Economics, which I finished in 1986. From 1986, it was actually more of research work, and in 1987, I was employed at the University of Nairobi as a tutorial fellow. That's the lowest rank in terms of the teaching fraternity. But the tutorial fellow, you are employed on contract on the basis that you are going to pursue higher education, that is a PhD. So I did that for 2 years, from 1987 to 1989, and I got a scholarship to study economics at PhD level at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, funded by Swedish International Development Association, that is SIDA, and that was on the contract that we should study economics. Usually economics, PhD in economics takes about 5 years, 2 years of coursework and 3 years of research. But we had a covenant to finish in 4 years. Of course, it was difficult, but I managed to finish in 4 years and 3 months. So I came back to Kenya in 1993, towards the end of 1993, to start teaching again in 1994. I was promoted in 1995 to become a lecturer. In 1997, I was promoted to become a senior lecturer. And in 2001, I became perhaps the youngest professor ever. I became an associate professor in 2001. That is the journey in terms of my academia. I've continued to be a researcher, and all my areas of research has been quite macroeconomics. I've trained so many economists in Africa. But then, 1999, let me take a small step back. I was recruited to go and help support the establishment of KIPRA. KIPRA is a national think tank. It's the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. And I was there for 2 years. I was responsible for developing the first Kenya macro model. And I did develop the Kenya macro model by 2001. After that, I continued with my international assignment. I was employed in 2002 by International Development Research Center of Canada. And again, I became the program specialist in East and Southern Africa. In 2003, I joined the African Economic Research Consortium, a network that actually builds capacity for economists in Africa and even graduate training. I became director of training. And it was there that I was recruited and appointed governor of the central bank in 2007. And I continued and served for 8 years. In fact, chairman, I became the first governor to serve 8 years since the law was established, 2 terms since the law was established in 1982. So for me, it was a chance in terms of not only of research, but intellectual leadership, but also policy leadership. After that, after the tour of duty, I decided that I needed to take a break. I went to Oxford University for 1 year in terms of Bravatnik School of Government to talk more about public policy making. Then in there, I was also a senior advisor to several organizations, especially the United Nations Capital Development Fund and even Alliance for Better Than Cash Alliance. And again, in 2019, I was getting back and more into research and more into intellectual work. I was headhunted for African Economic Research Consortium, and I became the executive director. We support public universities in Africa to mount quality degree programs in economics. We have trained economists for the Ministry of Finance for many years, for the last 11 years. We have supported students in this area for many years, but we also provide frontier research in various topical policy issues. Maybe I'll have a chance to talk about some of them. That's where I am, and let me also mention that in the central bank, I remember I worked on 2 very prominent areas. One of them is to reformulate the monetary policy framework for Kenya. I do believe that the framework that I found there, I actually described it as an obsolete framework. And the second thing is that I pushed and defended M-Pesa until the fights with the banks, until it was concluded, and everybody believed that it was a very, very innovative product. Today, the world knows Kenya because of M-Pesa, and all other products that have come in that improved the retail electronic payment system and platforms in banks is one of the examples. I stop there, Mr. Chairman, because the history can be long, but let me say I am that young boy who started in location 3 in Gasharage in Kandara, and I'm now sitting here. Thank you very much.
Sir, we'll now open the forum. We'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Professor Ndungu, I think I'll start by congratulating you for being nominated for the position of Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning. I'll ask you a question that many Kenyans are asking. As it stands, the cost of living has risen, and many Kenyans are facing economic hardship. Also, the cost of basic commodities has skyrocketed and is beyond the reach of many Kenyans. Also, our debt now constitutes 67% of our nominal GDP, which comes to about 8.8 trillion, and that our debt service is at 1 trillion. What are the fiscal interventions you shall adopt to bring down the cost of living? What will you do to ensure that the price of basic commodities become under control and within the reach of many Kenyans? And what will you do to ensure that the debt doesn't cripple our country? Thank you.
Professor, you don't have to answer that. Record we do in batches of 444. Once you have 4 questions, you answer, then we take another 4 for better time management. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Professor, you have indicated in your CV that you have served as Central Bank Governor. I would want to know how many banks collapsed under your watch as CBK Governor. 2, at the time you were CBK Governor, Professor, we have 2 sworn affidavits in our files, both deponents alleging that you were adversely mentioned in the sale of the Grand Regency Hotel, and you also face abuse of office charges involving irregular award of a 1.2 billion shilling security tender while serving as Central Bank Governor in 2014. Maybe you could tell us from this affidavits the status of those 2 issues, and in your mind, in view of the provisions of Article 6 of our Constitution on issues to do with integrity, bearing in mind that you are if you are approved, you take over one of the most important dockets in this country, where matters of integrity are central to the confidence that you build not just within Kenyans on the economy, but also with our development partners and donors. Do you think with such allegations being leveled against you, you are the right man for the job? Are you the man who will inspire confidence in the economy, considering that, as we have stated before, I think it's common knowledge among us Kenyans that our economy is not doing well at all, and we need a man in the National Treasury who will not only inspire confidence with Kenyans, but also with our development partners. Is that man really you, Professor, if there are allegations hanging over your head? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker?
Yes.
Okay.
Wanda.
Yes, I just want to pick it up from where Honorable Ichung'wah has left, Professor Njuguna Ndung'u. You know, as someone who is being nominated to be in charge of the national coffers, national treasury, you should ideally, like Caesar's wife, be beyond reproach. Unfortunately, despite your stellar record in academia, your long stint in the CBK, on the face of it, leaves a lot to be desired. Honorable Ichung'wah has mentioned just 2 issues, because it would appear that during a time in CBK, every single mega project that you undertook was dogged by matters of corruption. He's talked about the issue of the shillings 1.2 billion security tender. I'm sure you know about that. And the other one was what? Yes. And the Imperial Bank collapse. The collapse of the Imperial Bank. But I will just jog a memory. Because this is very important that we get it right from the word go. This is one docket that we can't gamble for as a country. We cannot. In fact, it is on record that the person who held this docket previously, I think the second last person to hold it, Mr. Rotich, was sent home on the basis of even less, on the basis of allegations which are even less serious than the ones which seem to face you. Let me mention just 1 or 2. In the year 2012, the Public Accounts Committee of the National Assembly did indict you. In fact, it barred you from holding public office on account of irregular procurement of printing contract to De La Rue. I'm sure you remember that. It went further to recommend for serious investigations into your conduct, and that if criminal culpability would be established, should be taken to court and charged. You may want to update us on what became of this. That is very important. 2 is the issue of irregular sale of the Grand Regency Hotel in 2008, whilst you were at the helm of the Central Bank of Kenya. A report by the Commission of Inquiry into the sale of the Grand Regency Hotel, that was chaired by Justice Coker, as he was known then, found you guilty of flouting procurement rules. It also went ahead to accuse you of lacking transparency, honesty, good faith, and of other unprofessional actions. Serious accusations that, if you juxtapose with the tenets, the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and the Article 10 of the Constitution on values and principles of governance, then you would even wonder why you are before us, before clearing your name. It would be a travesty of justice and democracy and fairness. But I leave it at that. Yes.
Yes, Junet.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Chair, I want to put to the nominee that in 2011, the year 2011, when you were the CBK governor, Professor Ndungu, Parliament investigated you for collusion with commercial banks to weaken the Kenya shilling, which became the worst performing currency in the world then. Your failure to protect the shilling, coupled with your monetary policies, saw massive repatriation of US dollars from Kenya to money markets which collapsed the money market in the Kenyan territory, the Kenyan shilling. Even a Reuters, this survey, named you as one of the least effective bankers in Africa. With all these failures, what makes you so attractive to preside over Kenya's economy during even these harder times? And also, there is the issue of the collapsed Imperial Bank, Professor. The shareholders revealed in court filings that your spouse, Nancy Ndungu, exhorted the then managing director of the bank, the late Abdul Malik Jan Mohammed. The bank paid for a holiday in a luxurious hotel in Thailand. When these things came to light, you were in a hurry to liquidate the bank and cover up your role. That's the accusation they're saying in court. What's your response to that? And lastly, since you left the CBK, Professor, things have changed in this country. There was a new constitution that came in place, and the budget making process was taken to Parliament. Parliament is the one that, through the Budget and Appropriation Committee, is the one that looks into the budget of the country. We have had scenarios before, people who occupied the office before you, that office you are seeking, that who are forcing Parliament without listening to the parliamentary budget department, forcing Parliament to do things in a certain way which have become counterproductive. And they want Parliament to rubber stamp everything that they prepare at the Treasury. What's your take? What is the role of Parliament in the budget making process? Thank you.
Professor, you can handle those mouthfuls.
Thank you, Chair. And I really thank the questions that have come through. Let me take the same order they came through. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm aware the cost of living and even hardships are rising. And you can see that it is actually punctuated also by the overlapping multiple shocks that have hit the country, negative shocks. And negative shocks that are persistent are always very, very difficult to predict in terms of their magnitude, the quantum, and even direction. So in a sense, the world over is actually suffering from that. But we have a new dimension in the Horn of Africa, and especially in Kenya, because the drought effect is actually a very major supply side shock that drives domestic prices and also drives energy prices. And this is where the pain, most pain is coming from. I do recall one time in my presentation to the Parliament, I argued that the then Parliamentary Committee in Finance, that we need to create buffers in the economy so that when there are supply side shocks, we can actually at least mitigate in the short term. And those buffers, for example, related to food security. Of course, it's expensive to store cereals for a long time, but the best thing is actually to have resources to do that, to buy at that particular time. Energy resources, that is petroleum backups. And then, of course, we should have buffers in terms of fiscal space. And finally, we should have buffers from the central bank in terms of foreign exchange reserves. Those are four main buffers that can help us navigate in the short term. But unfortunately, when the shock hits us, for example, right now, if you look at that, it's only perhaps the central bank which has foreign exchange reserves. And you can see that essentially it's going to be problematic. But then, what we really need is actually fiscal intervention to create some space and even to save lives. But again, it comes in at a time when we don't have that fiscal space. Especially, you mentioned the debt. We are in agreement with that. I think right now, the way the situation is, given the multiple shocks, and even the supply side shocks that are quite prevalent, the best would be to look for concessional financing that would retire most of the debt, especially the domestic debt, which is very, very expensive. It's taking quite a large proportion of recurrent expenditure, about to the tune of about 33%. So that will be the starting point. And then after that, we'll have some time that is in the very short term. Then over time, the fiscal space can be rebuilt, including reforms that may come up actually to improve the revenue side. Because right now, the biggest problem is the revenue side. So essentially, one of the lessons that we should pick up from here is actually how to deal with supply side shocks. It was always a problem even during my time. Because one of the things about the supply side shock and monetary policy phenomena is that you have to actually tighten monetary policy to ride over the shocks. But essentially what you do is actually to push the economy into a temporary recession, hoping that once the supply shocks are resolved, we do not have that plateau of high prices. We will destroy that. But if there is pain, by the time you do that, and even when the supply side issues are resolved, this is the pain we have to undergo, we have to wait for. But I do believe that the most important steps is always to make sure that we have fiscal space that can now allow us some flexibility to ride over the shocks. And that is going to be created by, first of all, resolving or profiling the debt that we have, having some concessional funding that is going to retire some of the most expensive domestic debt. And then from there, slowly the fiscal space will build up, the price side will come back, will be coming slowly back to the market, and then we can now start looking for how do we create fiscal consolidation. The president has already signaled some signals about fiscal consolidation. And this is something that will continue, but it will not continue until we resolve the crisis facing us, and then we resolve the debt issues. That's how I would approach it. It should be a short-term problem that can be solved, but it has to take a bit of time. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you for your fantastic questions. During my time, there is no bank that collapsed. I was governor of the Central Bank of Kenya from March 2007 to the beginning of March in 2015. That does not mean, Mheshimiwa Majority Leader Bwana Kimani Ichung'wah, that there were no problems. There were problems. But you have to make sure that you bring in or you develop new solutions and new interventions to save the market. And that's what we did. There were several mergers, but those mergers were actually geared towards preventing any collapse of the banks, because market situations do change. Some projections in marketplace can change. And so the regulator must know what to do. A regulator is not someone who is waving an axe in the market. A regulator is a person who is trying to understand the market, help develop the market, and the third one is regulate and protect the market. So those three dimensions are very, very important for a regulator. And that is what I did for most of the time that I was there. Now, of course, the affidavits that have come up, let me comment on them. One, the first point I would like to make, Mr. Chairman and honorable members who have asked this question, is that we want to stop at the first point of just mentioning what it is. We don't want to go further and see what has happened. The case, for example, for the procurement, I fought it through the courts to the Court of Appeal, and there was a judgment. The case of Grad Regency, I think the statement is that I was adversely mentioned. I was an agent of government, and this was a government-to-government sale, and I was the one to negotiate and to receive the payment, which was actually received by the government. And for your information, the end result was that it gained 3.114 billion shillings that was actually used in Lamu to dredge the port. The idea in government then was that such recovery from corruption proceeds should be used in fixed investments that would give Kenyans perpetual benefits, and that is how it was allocated there. There was a commission of inquiry that was started, but it was supposed to check whether the sale was appropriately done. Now, the whole issue was, how was it appropriately done? According to that commission, it valued the hotel at 1.8 billion. Then the question they were asked, what about the central bank? How did it value the hotel? It was at 2.2 billion. And then how much was the hotel sold by the central bank? It was sold at 2.8 billion. The difference between 2.8 billion and 3.114 is because of the retained earnings during the operations. So in a sense, it was value for money, and that was what the committee was supposed to establish. Let me state this, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, that we are, and especially for me, I've been a victim of abuse of the criminal justice system. For example, the procurement that has been mentioned, the whole idea was to get Jogona Dungu out of the central bank. How do you do it? That's why, even if you go to the records, you will just be embarrassed, the kind of facts. Now, the biggest problem I have, Bwana Ishongwa and the others who have asked the question, is that the National Human Rights Commission, the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, and the Transparency International should be coming to our aid as victims of abuse of the criminal justice system. But they are coming here to make us the victims. It's quite a paradox. It's actually extremely, I would like maybe to invite people to read even the judgment, even the Commission of Inquiry on Grad Regency. It's so interesting that they find it, that they become also a victim. It is something that we may want to check out, Mr. Chairman. It's something that we have to rethink about the mandate of some of these institutions, and it's something that we need to correct from the very beginning.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt the good professor, but I feel he is on a tangent now to blame the petitioners. I just wanted him to clarify, because that was my question, Professor. In the interest of the country and the economy, we want to, if we approve you, to approve someone that will be confident has no issues of integrity hanging over his head. And the opportunity now you have is to make that clear. And that's why I asked the status of the Grand Regency, which I have heard you've clearly stated that you are exonerated by the Commission of Inquiry. Well, I hear my colleague saying no. So we want to know what was the status. Okay. What is the status of the charges on the 1.2 billion tender? You know, it's good to say it went to court all the way. You fought it to Court of Appeal.
Thank you.
What was the verdict?
Thank you for clarifying. Yes, the tender issue, let me first of all say that it was very clear that CEOs are not involved in the procurement. Their work is only to appoint the procurement committee. And that matter went all the way to the appeal, and they showed that the problem was the procurement committee of the central bank, and I was vindicated. I had no role to play. The grad regency, again, is an issue. I have shown that the government position was that the proceeds would be invested, and they were already invested in that case. And maybe I can go to, so in actual fact, my role was very, very clear as an agent, and my role was also very, very clear that I had no role to play in procurement. But I wanted to go further to show that actually when such issues come, although I'm trying to defend myself, when such issues come, also those people who bring them up, they should see the whole end.
Speaker, point of order. The nominee is not helping us make progress. For instance, he's saying talking about being vindicated in the Grand Regency cell. He's not saying by who. Because the report of the commission is clear that you are indicted. Yeah, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With due respect, and maybe I will seek your protection because I have never seen the report. I only remember that the government said those proceeds that the central bank has done well for raising that kind of money. It was invested in Lamu Port, and you are aware of that. And the whole conclusion was that if such resources coming from corruption proceeds are invested in the projects that provide perpetual benefits, then everybody is happy. Let me also move on to... Sorry.
Yes, Chungwa. Maybe as a procedural matter of guidance to the committee, with all due respect to my colleague, the leader of minority, I don't know when, as a committee, we allude to a report. Is it not in order then, as a procedural issue, that a copy of that report is shared with the committee so that either the nominee or other members of the committee are able to benefit from that? So that, Honorable Speaker, we avoid the issues of raising issues to the public gallery. And I say that with a lot of respect to my brother, because the earlier nominee who was here, Professor Kindiki, had the same issue on an issue that my brother was not able to, again, clear up properly, that indeed the allegations were against the law firm of Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen and Company, not the law firm of Honorable Kindiki. So maybe, Speaker, you could guide us on that issue.
There were affidavits, 1 or 2, sent to the committee through the clerk. I instructed that they be furnished to the nominee. I believe you have been served. And I did hear the 2 members make reference to those affidavits. I would encourage the nominee to answer questions. That's why I said precise and concise. When we go on to a long journey, we end up stumbling somewhere. So I would want you, Professor, the 3 questions that were asked that cast aspersions on your integrity by Chungwa, Wandai, and Junet, just answer them straight and clear. Are they true? They are not. Was there a court process? How did it end? Did your wife go to Thailand on holiday paid by Imperial Bank? Was it Imperial Bank? If it wasn't, because it's an allegation being raised by Junet, I've seen no evidence that it happened. Did it happen or did it not? It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Chair, not to interrupt you, Chair, with your indulgence. Also, you know, we are on Hansard. The nominee alluded in his response that even the report of the commission made him a victim. He said that when he was responding. So that means he's privy to the commission's report.
And even then...
I think he was on
Kenya Human Rights Commission.
On a struggle to defend himself, he said he's been a victim of many things.
Yeah.
So now that we have put him on track, let's hear his answers to your questions, which I'm sure he's privy to.
Thank you, Chairman. I get your advice, and I'll take. I'll be in that tandem. Let me say that in the first issue and the second issue, I think what I've said is that I've defended myself in terms of I defended myself through the court process. The Commission of Inquiry in terms of the Grad Regency, I was asked to surrender the money to dredge the Ramu port. All the proceeds were given.
You were asked as Njuguna Ndung'u or as governor of the central bank?
As governor of the central bank, and also the agent who transacted that particular deal. The printing contract that Mheshimiwa Junet, with due respect, thank you very much, that matter came to Parliament, it was debated, and in the end, it was not the central bank that determined the printing contract because it was there even before I joined in. And so I was exonerated on that, and the reports are very clear. I've never been involved in contract for publishing, for any currency printing. And again, the Treasury also went into joint venture with the Deraru, and that is how the issues were determined. So it was not a purview of the central bank, and the matter was dissolved that way in the central bank. The Imperial Bank never collapsed when I was in the central bank. I had already left, and it was several years when I had left. And the bottom line is that I was never part of that, and I never flouted, and also the flouting of the procurement rules. I never flouted any rules because in the then law, since then they have been revised, and bear me with that. Since then, the procurement law has been revised. The CEO of an organization, his role was, or his or her role was to appoint the procurement committee. If the procurement committee made a decision, the CEO could not vary that decision. Since then, and I had already left the central bank, things have changed and the law has been revised. Let me also say, the issue of banks propping the sharing, that was not correct. It is like the same situation we are in now. We are having surprise side shocks, and because of the persistent shocks, you can see the dollar supply has been minimal. And so in a sense, when you look at our current account deficit, it is the one that signals whether the currency is going to depreciate or appreciate. And that is the same situation with external shocks, and this is consistent with the African economies. Again, we went through the motion with a special parliamentary committee on that, and we dissolved the matter that actually this was the preference. That is why, Mr. Chairman, I mentioned that I had issues with saying how do we create buffers that help us to mitigate short-term shocks. And the whole issue, then the whole issue of Imperial Bank and my wife going to Thailand, this is a paid service. It was an agent of that company that was giving those the services, and it was
Did
paid.
you hear what he asked?
Yes.
He said, or rather he alleged, that in certain proceedings, the former owner of Imperial Bank alleged that he paid for an expensive holiday for your family. When you learned of it, you cut short the holiday, came back and collapsed the bank. That's what he alleged.
Yes,
and that's what you should respond to.
Thank you, Chairman. The bank collapsed in 2017, and I was not governor then, and I was even away from the country. I was working from outside the country. So it did not collapse in when I was governor. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes.
Chair, just for your indulgence, Chair. You see, two issues, Chair. The issue of the shilling that I raised, it is true that the scenario looks like now. But Chair, just as a supplementary question, the shilling now is stuck at that level. By that time, a committee of parliament was formed, and I suspect You were in Parliament by then. Then after the investigation of Parliament ended in a month or a month and a half, the shilling came back. From 120, came back to 90. So it looked like a setup. Then lastly, Chair, did the trip to Thailand happen or did not happen, in spite of the bank collapsing in 2017?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Let me say this. Once the crisis has been resolved, then there is inflow of foreign exchange. And because we have an open capital account and a floating exchange rate, the appreciation will always take place, because the depreciation is coming because of scarcity. And that's what happened. You can even produce graphs to that effect. That is, I wanted to correct that. The trip to Thailand took place in 2014. And then the agent of that was himself, I can't remember the name of the one you have mentioned, and we were paying him in advance to go. So it was a trip that was paid for. You pay him. So it took place, we paid. He was an agent. He was an agent of that particular resort, and you paid him directly. And then and all those details are there.
Pay for the holiday?
I paid for that holiday for my wife.
Okay.
Yes.
We now have another batch of 4. Owen Bayer, Gikaria, Mule, Emase.
Yes, can I go ahead, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much.
To make good progress, Professor, listen to the questions very carefully and answer them as precisely and concisely as you can.
Okay.
When you embark on a misadventure, you land into a series of problems for no reason.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Speaker and Chair. Away from the personal issues that, of course, you've gone through, I want now to focus on what is now and the position that you have been nominated to. We would like to know, as Kenyans, what is your vision as CS for Treasury? You handled the central bank. It was a different institution. It was a regulator. It did many other things. Now you're coming to full public service. You're coming into the ministry, which very many people in this country blame it for the kind of economic mess that we are in. What is your vision for Treasury and economic planning? How are you going to solve the problems that are now here? The problems of skyrocketing prices, the problems of the fuel, the subsidy issue, and the hustlers out there are looking at you as the person that are going to redeem them. How are you going to do this? What is your vision? If we know your vision, we'll be able to know where you will take us, and that you'll have less of the issues that you had at Central Bank. Secondly, Speaker, the current CS has pronounced that he cannot disburse money to CDF because he says the court ruled. But we also know the court, and Kenyans know the court ruled on the issue of the CDF Act 2013, not the NG-CDF that is subsisting now. Members of Parliament and Kenyans know the benefit of having CDF. On the fiat of a ruling on a previous act, Kenyans have been denied that money. Would you disburse CDF? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe Ndongo, the nominee Treasury. You know, at the end of the day, it is what is collected that has to be spent. So as Parliament, we will do budgets, the government, the executive will do a lot of budgets, but at the end of the day is what is collectible that can be able now to translate and actualize the policy and the government expenditure that is there. So, one of the issues that has come up of late is that taxation has been politicized to an extent that some people look like they are being targeted. So one of the questions among politicizing tax collection is that our revenue collection currently, which stands at 2.2 trillion this financial year, but the debt, public debt is so huge. So what innovations are you, strategies that you're going to have to employ and grow that revenue collection of this country without necessarily, just thinking of taxation to the poor or getting a lot of money? Which other methodology would you come up with to collect enough money to be able to meet our budget requirement? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Professor Honorable Mule Matungulu. The current situation in the country economically, we are under serious distress of hardship economically, and we would wish to hear from you as the person to turn around the situation. How will you put the directive which has been given by the President of cutting down the costs of the budget by 300 billion in 2022-2023 budget to allow relief for Kenya's spending and borrowing pressure, and at the same time look at that vis-a-vis the intention of job cuts within the country, whereas when campaign trail was on, we promised that we are going to grow the economy as quickly as possible in the framers of bottom-up. Yes, the job cut to make sure that this realization of the 300 billion is evident, and it will definitely affect serious programs of the government like public-private partnership, PPPs, whereby the framework is rests squarely with Treasury. How are you going to sync that with the particular ministries which will be involved in all the PPEs to save this country? Thank you.
Thank you. To the nominee, what is your take on the President's push for the National Social Security Fund contribution to be enhanced, considering the hard times where every Kenyan is concerned about the rising cost of living? What's your take on that?
Professor, you can answer those four, then we take another batch.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I'm very sorry also for moving into different direction. Perhaps it's the teacher in me. I never left anything ununderstood, because that is my, but I'll try to be as precise as possible. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa Owen Baya, for that question. The vision for Kenya. We do know that we have very serious short-term constraints. But let me say that in terms of the vision, I can pinpoint 4 areas that we are going to work on, and obviously those areas are going to give us a very strong economy from the medium term to long term, once we solve the short-term constraints. And the first one, being brief, is actually that we have to start by protecting private investments. And this is the whole area of human capital development. Our education system, for example, our health system, the health infrastructure has been devoured by COVID-19. We didn't anticipate the extent to which our health infrastructure can be tested. Not even beyond even what we have health financing. And the third aspect of that is actually nutrition outcomes. And this is actually, again, food markets and how we can actually grow the human capital development arena. That for us is going to be very important. And it starts from fixing the problems in health, in education, and in food systems, which will improve the nutrition outcome. That's one whole bucket of where we have to do some major issues in the medium term. The second one, which needs to start when everything, even when things are as severe as they are, is, Mr. Chairman, to develop, to regulate, and protect markets. And this is where things have gone wrong, and I'm sure, Mheshimiwa Mbaya, you can also come up with so many examples. If markets are not properly governed, then it means that they cannot distribute the economic rent in the marketplace. If we don't develop the markets, then most people are not going to reach the markets. To give you an example, it is markets provide signals, especially for increased production downstream and productivity downstream. That is the bottom of the people who are working there, be it in agriculture, be it in another sector. But what you see upstream is increased incomes. So it means that we can actually, in the very short term, try to start fixing markets. And for me, that is a very major issue. Let me tie the second point also. The third point is also tied to what my dear sister asked in terms of, my friend asked about the current situation. The third area is actually domestic resource mobilization. We have, this is a family of instruments that we can actually optimize the tax instruments, for example. He talked about even criminalizing taxation. It's because we need to optimize taxation, tax instruments. And we need to come up and develop the family of instruments in the domestic resource mobilization space to improve our revenue base. But then coming back to you, I remember the last time I visited this issue was 2001. I was analyzing how to optimize taxation on excisable products, and one of them was alcohol. And I showed that you can actually optimize it by knowing that if you go, every tax system has a lava curve. You can actually optimize if you know exactly the demand structure of the product. So our tax system and even tax instruments can be optimized on the basis of the structure of the targeted product that they are getting. And that is consistent with the question that was asked by Bwana Rukaria. It means we can build the base. And finally, in this space, Bwana Mbaya, and the questions that have been raised, I do believe that we have succeeded in the digital evolution. We have taken part in that. The digital evolution has worked for us. Everybody is now talking about the fourth industrial revolution. The beauty about it is that it is going to coordinate all the other factors that I've mentioned. The protecting the private investment, developing, protecting and regulating markets, domestic resource mobilization will be coordinated by the digital space and the fourth industrial revolution. We are going to see a lot of that. These issues need not wait for us to resolve the crisis. They will start in earnest. But let me tell you that they are going to spin the economy, and we are going to see a lot of benefits. That means that I have also looked at the issues, Mheshimiwa Rukaria, you have mentioned. Thank you very much. And the most important thing is to make sure that I'm not going back to the history of creating social contracts. I'm in the quadrant of saying, actually, you can raise incentives for you paying taxes if taxes are not high enough for you to dodge them. You know, the other day, Mr. Chairman, I asked the KRA, why do you believe that high tax rates will give you high tax revenue, whereas the whole world knows that that's the converse? And we are back to the question that is being raised. Let's look at every tax instrument in terms of how we can optimize it. And Mheshimiwa Mule, thank you very much for your questions. The economic situation is terrifying. The four issues that I have identified are very, very important for us to turn around. But we turn around with also two very important points. One of them is actually how to strengthen our institutions, be they the institutions that regulate the market, the institutions that protect the market. There are two very important characteristics of institutions that I work for and I really like to achieve. One of them is to define the legal framework or the rules of the game. And the second one is actually to define appropriate incentives. And a combination of the legal framework and appropriate incentives, that is the reward system, you are rewarded when you do well, you are penalized when you do badly. It's consistent with the issues that Junet was raising and Bwana Ishongwa. Then you are going to encourage prudent behavior in the marketplace. This is where we are, and that is how things will work and will work positively. I do believe that some of these are medium-term solutions, but most of them are short-term. We start now in creating a very important base, and we'll get there. So thank you very much, Chairman.
Mr. Batch.
Man, on the question of CDF, I didn't hear anything.
Professor.
It's the CDF.
Yes, CDF.
I was conscious.
And it is so easy.
Yeah,
Are you one?
Thank you.
I don't want us to go academic again. He said CDF is very important. Even the head of state has acknowledged that. If and when you are confirmed as Minister for the Treasury, are you going to honor, respect, and disperse CDF to Parliament?
Thank you, Chairman. You have made it very clear for me. But I will be guided by the law, and I will abide by the law, because essentially that is what we'll do. But I will honor that as per the law demands. Thank you very much.
Yes. Now, yes, there's a point of.
Yes, Speaker, allow me to, Chair, now let me call you Speaker because you are. Speaker, allow me
I would rather you seek clarification other than point of order, because this is not a debate.
Okay.
Yes.
Well guided. Clarification. What did the professor say about CDF? Abiding by the law, saying what?
He said he will look Speaker, at the law,
let me
be guided appropriately, and then pay.
What did he say?
That's what he said.
What? Isn't that so? Is that not Kingereza Mingi? What we say, Speaker? No. Let us not miss the point. Honorable Baya said the truth.
Seek your clarification.
That's why I'm helping. Maybe he left the point. That what was quashed in court is actually a different law, CDF Act. What we have now, Speaker, is not CDF Act. We have National Government Constituency Development Fund. Now we was asked, how quickly are you going to use that to disband the funds? Kizungu mingi haitasaidia sisi, Speaker.
Okay, you'll start with that, but let's take another batch of 4.
Okay.
Then you can clarify to Honorable Posing what he seeks to be clarified. Morugara, Daoud, Amisi, and Naisula. I'll come to you guys, gentlemen. Just hold your horses.
Thank you.
And I want to be strict on one question each.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just before I ask the question is a little bit of economics that we are getting from the nominee, and Kenyans are listening to us so that they are able to understand what the nominee is promising them in a very plain English language. My question is this: we have heard hue and cry out there that the country does not have money, and therefore we are in trouble. What is your position as a senior economist in the country, a former governor of the Central Bank of Kenya? Do we have the money, which means soon we may be out of the doldrums where we are, or we do not have any money, therefore we have to tighten our belts because worse things are ahead of us?
Thank you, Chair Speaker. Speaker, to the nominee, I don't know if he would be aware that his peers, or the peers in the Treasury, has already instructed the police department to return vehicles, 204 vehicles back, which were leased during the elections, and the policy, if that is the policy which would be there, it would be very wrong. Regarding dollar deposits, Chair, we are being told that there is no money, like my colleague has asked, but it was in the public domain that the dollar deposits in Kenya are at an all-time high. People in Kenya have got dollar deposits in dollar accounts in Kenya to the tune of 915 billion. I don't know if it's dollars or shillings, but it's the highest, it's double. And people are hoarding dollars in Kenya. So there is no, the rate we are now looking at as of today is 121, which has been created artificially. Can the governor tell us how he would handle that? Because once that comes into the market, then the balance of trade and the payments, everything will go down. But until you do not tackle those cartels, or is it, how would we get those people, that dollars into the market at a lower rate? Thank you.
Dawood, you have said so much just to ask a question, you know. Amazing.
Thank you, Chair.
I know it's good to tax before you take off, but try and take off without excessive taxing.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is a position that Kenyans are waiting for. Because even the occupant of this position is required to exercise the highest epitome of financial management. And looking at what you furnish us with, Professor, declaration of wealth. First of all, Chair, I think we need to also make a clarification to this net worth issue. Because even Kimani Chunga will agree with me, net worth is your total assets minus total liabilities. But I think what has been quoted before is not the case. Nevertheless, if you look at what you've quoted, family home, farm with house, holiday home, basically those are homes. A total, whether it's a family home, holiday home, leisure home, they are homes. The total is 400 million. Somebody will ask, before even going to the rest, out of 941, 400 goes to homes. Is this the advice you are going to give to Kenyans, that half of your health is a home? Because that's where management of resources and the gauge to how you can run our economy, it starts with you as an individual. You look at the list of the wealth. I don't know whether you came here by walking, because there's no car listed. But according to my knowledge, a car is an asset. And this is a person Kenyans wants to see exercising the highest epitome of financial management. And it starts with what you present to this committee. I want you to clarify, even these shares, piece of agriculture land, how many acres? Investment, financial instrument, what is the shares or dividends? Investments in through family company, 400 million. What is it that is 400 million? Shares in a bank, which bank? Imperial, which one is this bank? So this is how a Kenya is going to gauge of the individual that is going to be at the highest financial management institution. Really, we need to be serious.
Miss, you have made statement. What is your question?
One, whether he owns a car, because not stated there. Two,
but is he obligated to own a car? There are many people who don't own cars.
The statement of
the most
assets.
distinguished lawyer called John Hamino doesn't know how to drive, doesn't own cars, but he travels.
I think the professor can just answer what he can on my description. He knows what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Honorable Camino, your friend, doesn't own those kinds of homes also. Those homes require cars.
Naisula, in this batch.
Thank you, Chair. I promise not to weep or be long. in this one. So, to the nominee, the number of unemployed youths in Kenya is estimated at 14%, according to the International Labour Organization, and as many as 5.2 million youth adults are unable to find meaningful employment, a pressing concern to policymakers. So, my question to you is, how do you intend to turn things around to grow the economy, to specifically secure the millions of jobs that the Kenya Kwanza government promised our youths?
Professor, you can deal with those four.
Thank you, Chairman, and honorable members for those questions. And let me start with the issue of CDF. And I said that I'll be guided by the law, because we have to say the commitments must be made, but of course they must be consistent with the law. Mheshimiwa Junet actually said there have been a finance committee that has also been talking to the treasury. They cannot spend more than they are allowed by the law. So we'll be consistent with the law. That is my answer. I don't know which laws. The court ruling is a question of checking on that and saying that are we, and we are going to consult also in the relevant organizations of government so that everything is clear. But we cannot fail to honor if the law also permits that. That's my simple answer for that. And thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Murugara. I think I do understand. And we are starting from a very difficult situation. And so when you are in a difficult situation, how do you get out of the difficult situation? His Excellency the President has been using a very nice phrase of, if you find yourself in a hole, stop digging, try to get out. So essentially there are some short-term issues that we'll deal with. That's why I started by saying the current thinking by the government right now, which I buy quite a lot, and I have a lot of discussions with the donors. We were, for example, with the donors who are providing food relief, we argued that we may need concessional borrowing, which will help us remove the very expensive domestic debt. And then once that is done, the fiscal space will start building, and then we can start signaling fiscal consolidation. If the government doesn't have fiscal space, it means that it cannot finance development. That's the main issue, and that is the main spin that we want to make sure that we have. If I had the time, one day I can talk about the crowding out, because it actually affects everyone. So it's something, but how do we resolve it? It's actually coming back to trying to create fiscal flexibility by the government so that it will do that. And if this committee approves me, that is the goal that I will start moving towards, fiscal flexibility, so that we jump into specifics and trying to help out. And thank you, Mheshimiwa Daud. I didn't know that there were 200 vehicles leased out, but again, it's something that I will look at. Let me say this. When the crisis was started biting, and especially the whole world, it's only the US Fed that actually started tightening their monetary policy. And you can see even Euro started being affected because they were not following suit. When everybody followed suit, there was a whole tightening, even in Kenya here. And so the signaling is that there will be scarcity of dollars. So the dollars that you mentioned in terms of deposits, they are owned by individuals. And so everybody moves into a different direction because they are anticipating that there will be tightening. So the whole issue is to say, once the crisis is over, we are going to see dollar flows. The other day I was talking even to several farms, like even tea exporters. They are stockpiling their quantity. The Ukrainian crisis is such that we cannot export the products that we used to export there. We cannot take tea to Pakistan, for example, because of the flood. So there is a bit of a shock in terms of the supply. So we are not getting the dollar flows. But I do believe that it will come through. You have mentioned about the cartels. This is again something I went back to talking about markets. How do we develop markets? How do we regulate markets? How do we protect markets? And why you protect markets is because of the cartels. And you are right. And this is something that I mentioned as a very important second pillar that we are going to deal with. So the situation will be dealt with in that way. Yes, I understand your point about financial management. If you are an investor, you look at what is the appropriate returns at a particular time, and you change over time. What I was required to provide is my net worth given the current situation. Why do people invest in homes? Because they have safe returns. If tomorrow manufacturing sector is better, we will invest there. As an investor, and this, by the way, is a whole congregate of my family and myself, including the cars that we own. We did not break them down. Okay? I came here with a company car, which is an international organization, so essentially that's why you didn't find specifics. But the most important thing is to tell you that even yourself, you'll wake up tomorrow to invest on the basis of the returns that you see. If the information in the market shows that you're going to get into a loss, you are going to change your investment pattern. So if I observe your investment today, they will be different with the next 10 years to come. And that is the composition. That is what it is all about. Once we create a boom in other sectors of the economy, we'll find everybody flocking into those areas and start earning economic rents from them. Thank you very much for talking about the unemployed youth. And the essence, and I shared, because I talked to, I started with I raised some of those issues. I talked about
Chairman,
markets because I wanted to make it very clear
Chairman,
that it is
clarification.
Honorable Missy.
Sorry for interruption, but where we need to be very keen is the net worth, because it is a repeated question. Can the professor tell us, in his understanding, what is net worth? And where is his liability in this statement?
I think what I provided was the net worth. I have no liabilities that sorry. I calculate, by the time I move out, I am asked for the net worth. That is what I computed and provided. Yeah. Then I wanted to go back to the youth issue, because the youth issue is very, very important. And I think, Madam, the whole issue, what I talked about the markets is that is the kernel of bottom-up approach.
All the Naisula Lesoda. I feel Honorable Naisula.
Naisula, I didn't write the name. It was so fast. Thank you so much. But the whole idea, look at it this way. We have looked at the youth issue from even the demographic transition, from very, very, very many dimensions. But we do believe, and I strongly believe, and I agree with the government here, and the bottom-up approach is that once we structure the market, once we develop different markets in different segments of the economy, and once we actually protect those markets and govern them well, then it means that you can join in the market and make a living. There will be interventions that may be required for you to participate in that particular market. And that's why everybody is talking about the manifesto for Kenya Kwanza, where we talk about the Hustler Fund. The Hustler Fund is an intervention to help you join in that market. We do believe that most of our youth have a lot of potential, but they need interventions or support to get into those markets. Given that as we move in that direction, I can promise you the demographic dividend will be in sight for us. But the most important thing is to say that those markets where they participate in is where we want to provide interventions, and that is what is going to happen. And the interventions are creating appropriate funds, but also creating appropriate ventures, market signals that are going to help in terms of that market, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I hope I was brief.
Raso, Honorable Sharia, on Emasa, you have already had a bite. Robert Mbui, Ferdinand, Mishi, and Koech. We'll take now more than 4, Professor, so that you answer and respond to all of them. So start with Honorable Raso, Honorable Sharia, Honorable Ferdinand, Honorable Mbui, Honorable Mishi, and Honorable Koech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Professor, by Kenyan standards, you are a wealthy man. If I go to your pro bono, development of 2 classes at Gathange Primary, 250,000. Develop 2 classrooms at Gacharage Dispensary, 20,000. That adds up to 620,000. If I look at your net wealth, that is 0.006%. What is your philosophy on wealth creation and prosperity sharing? Because you say you represent the hustlers. Finally,
question at a time.
Finally, there is this move in the UK where the new Chancellor advised the Prime Minister on the economics. And it has really caused a big hue and cry in the UK that they say that that government must go. What do you say about the president saying that we must first tax wealth based on actually what you have supplied the committee this morning? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Professor, and we've had one issue that we've been grappling with the National Assembly is the application of Article 223 by the National Treasury. In your view, what do you think is the remedy available to the legislature in the circumstances where such expenditures do not meet the threshold of a supplementary budget as espoused in the article, the PFM Act and its attendant regulations?
Very good. Ferdinand, one question.
The two, but I didn't restrict myself to one. The local blame game, Professor, is that the government wastage and the huge public bills that we see around, and that is actually contributing to the huge recurrent expenditure. In your view, for us to be able to grow, what do we need to do to reduce the current expenditure in the government for the economy to grow? I think let's come up, because I know that that's the local blame game, a huge government wastage. Thank you.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Chair. The nominee has severally mentioned the bottom up, and I have heard it being mentioned also and touted as an economic model. And now a proposal to come up with a fund that you are calling the Hustler Fund. Kindly explain very clearly what is the difference between that fund and the Uwezo Fund, which has been in existence without interest, the Youth Enterprise Fund, which exists without interest, Women Enterprise Fund, all those funds. What is the difference between those and the Hustler Fund? And Chair, I want you to look at the declaration of wealth form that the nominee has given us. He's indicated in the description of properties that he owns 8 items. The last item, Chair, is shares in a bank, and that part has been left blank. Was it deliberate? Because you've indicated yourself shares in a bank, but you have not put a figure.
The next was Mishi. Sorry, Mishi, I was checking a document.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, away from slashing the 300 billion from the budget, it has been talked that the KRA is going to be pushed to collect around 3 trillion. And some of the option, it is in the name of expanding the tax bracket. My question is, how do you assure Kenyans, the poor Kenyans, those the Kenya Kwanza refer them as hustlers, that they are not going to be the target of the KRA in terms of expanding tax brackets? And in the same perspective, how do you intend to resolve tax collection disputes in a humane manner without affecting our revenue targets? In the past, Honorable Chair, tax collection has been politicized in a way that some government officers have been aggressively demanding for taxes from Kenyans without considering their plight and sustainability of their businesses. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Coach.
Mine is on fiscal distress. We gather that the country is in a very bad shape at the moment, that today our credit rating is actually affected, and it is estimated that our total debt constitutes 67.4% of our nominal GDP, which roughly translates to 8.8 trillion. It is also estimated that our debt service now stands at 1 trillion. The cost of interest on our debt is now the single largest expenditure item on the recurrent budget, and it is threatening to paralyze the operations of both levels of government. In your view, Mr. Nominee, what factors have plunged the country into such huge fiscal distress, and what innovative ways will you put in place to deal with this debt? Thank you.
Yes, Professor.
Thank you, Chairman and honorable members. Fantastic questions that come through. Let me try to see how I get them throughout. And let me start with the question that was raised on pro bono. And pro bono is you actually invest your froze. You don't invest. You are trying to support some targeted groups. And I think maybe the figures were not correct, because the 2 classrooms that were done were 2.1 million, and some of them may have been spaced. But what I'm really saying is that I am a private individual, and what I was doing is to use my froze, because you cannot invest through, you cannot disrobe your assets to invest in pro bono. It's in froze on the basis of request and verified request. So that continues, and as long as they are verifiable requests. For me, I was supporting schools because I do believe that, and especially polytechnics, because I do believe that the youth can find their way. So essentially, I don't have a lot of allocation because one of the things I have to do is to educate my children, and I have been doing that. Obviously, you do that. You actually provide pro bono on the basis of the balances that you have. Then you're right about their advice to the government, and obviously different aspects. Let me put it this way. I would like to encourage the KRA to participate in taxing where there is a boom, the sector that is booming. It should also participate. But those taxes should not distort the market. They should not distort the allocation of resources. They should not create incentives to run away from taxes. And those are the principles that we would want to promote. And once we promote that, I'm sure the tax system is going to work very well. And it's also consistent with Mheshimiwa Mishi in terms of saying the poor are not going to be targeted. We are actually going to make sure that the taxation system should make sure that it does not distort the market, does not create incentive for you to run away, but it should create a very efficient way. For example, I talked about the digital platforms. They are going to help us in terms of correcting taxes in a way that doesn't also distort the market structure and even the demand structure of the products in question. For me, that is very, very important. How do we structure that? We structure that in terms of consultation, in terms of how the market is, how the structure of demand in the market, and also how the economic situation is. For example, you saw that during the COVID, there were quite a lot of consideration from so many organizations, including banks, in terms of lowering the effects of the impact of the tax. Application of 223. This is a difficult concept, but it's essentially the whole issue, and I think I borrow also from Mheshimiwa Junet, who said that the Parliamentary Committee on Finance and even Budget, they all observe, they are watching in terms of what is happening. I think the most important thing is to make sure that the expenditures or the functional expenditures are also consistent with the rate down law, and that is going to be very, very important. And this has happened, and the government is trying to swim, the current government, even in its own transition, is trying to swim through it. But what solutions? Every day, when you have a problem, you generate solutions of what should be done. It is now tightening the whole issue of how much and the Parliament is actually going to be responsible for this to try to say how much, what flexibility do you have even within the Article 223. You're not changing the law, but you're changing the guidelines. And I do believe that guidelines work well to shape the current constraints, to shape the market consideration, and also to guide us in terms of where we should be. And I do believe that is fantastic. I do agree with you in terms of wastage, Mheshimiwa Ferdinand. But we have to ask ourselves, how do we achieve the best results? We have to start talking about how do we prioritize the areas that we want to target and invest in, and how do we target those areas in terms of what we have done, and finally, how do we monitor and evaluate the results, because they have to be consistent with the results. So we have to create that awareness in terms of the priorities we want to have, and list the priorities. Some of those priorities can be time-bound, and then we want to see whether we have results. Can we evaluate that? And if the totality of the results was to make sure that the economy grows, it is not only going to improve the welfare, but it's also going to improve the tax collection. And that is why I do believe that is extremely important. Mheshimiwa
Speaker, I'm not satisfied with the answer.
Just seek a clarification.
Yeah, because we're talking about the government massive wastage and huge public, salaries and what have you. So what are you going to do to tame that? That's what has been a blame game out here. So you have told me the scenario as it is.
Thank you,
so
Chair.
what are you going to do if I have to make you the minister for?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I alluded to this area, and I said that one of the things is actually to understand where did the rain beat you. The first thing is to make sure that you have stringent measures in terms of containing that. I argued earlier that we need to come up with some concessional funding to actually try to resolve the current constraints. Once you are out of those constraints, then you come down to prioritize which areas, which wastage, for example, what you're really saying, can we cut? And how do we restrict those? How do we create formidable regulations and guidelines in terms of curtailing those wastage? But right now, you have to get out of the problem we are in. I do know that the wage bill is quite high. Then the next thing, what do you need to do with the wage bill? What kind of rationalization measures do you need to do? The promise I am giving you right now is to say that whatever areas that we focus on, we want to make sure that we have sustainable footprint in terms of policy, in terms of actions, in terms of guidelines. That is the only way we can survive to the next decade. We have sustainable guidelines, sustainable frameworks that can be tested over time. And that is the way I was trying to approach it, so that I don't want to specifically talk about any issue, wage bill or all that, but I'm really saying that we need to come up and prioritize. We need to target. But in all those actions, they have to be sustainable. They have to be seen to be sustainable and time-bound. And that is going to be very, very important. Thank you. Then I was going to Mheshimiwa Mishi and the KRA. I think I've talked about that. The Kenyans, we cannot target when you are in such a dire situation, when poverty is biting and cost of living is rising. That is not the time to increase taxes or retarget taxes. That is the time to look at areas where you can provide interventions. So it means that when I talked about the bottom-up approach, I was talking about those areas that you participate in, those markets. We need to regulate them. Most of the time, the poor and in the markets they participate in, it's not because they don't work hard. They work hard, but the market is captured. That elite capture itself diminishes the economic rent that you should otherwise get. And it's an area that we are going to talk about and try to fix. But the other thing I promised and also talked about, when I talked about the digital space, we have worked so well. We have seen that we can use the retail electronic payments platform to actually pay taxes. When it was started, everybody was very happy about it. It removes that personal interaction between the taxman and the taxpayer. And we have seen, even in one of the papers that I've prepared in the last 2-3 years or so, it showed that some of those taxes that uses the payments platform are actually performing much better. The whole issue is to try and see how do we protect that goose that laid the golden egg. That is the main point, and that is the policy of taxation that I came up with. I talked about, please do not raise tax rates to the point where it becomes an inducement for you to evade taxes. That is, you're killing the goose that laid the golden egg unless you want to say bye-bye to the golden egg. Mheshimiwa Koech, thank you very much about this growing fiscal distress and the debt. Last December, we had a special issue of a journal where we talked about growing with debt. So essentially, it's an area that I'm quite comfortable with. When the HIPIC initiative was started in 1997 by the IMF, the first paper in that book was our paper, and we argued that external debt is a major problem. So we didn't know that domestic debt would also become a major problem. So we are in the same space. We have to look for avenues and solutions to make sure that it works, and that is what we want to make sure that it works. I think Mheshimiwa Bui, the Hasra Fund.
Yes, Mary Emase, Honorable.
Yes, through you, Mr. Speaker, I need to remind the nominee he hasn't addressed my question. I think just to refresh his mind, my question was on the push to enhance contributions for NSSF in view of the prevailing economic situation.
Yeah.
How will it in any way alleviate the situation? What are your thoughts on it? You have not addressed it. Thank you.
Thank you. I was coming to it. Maybe it's the way I wrote my notes.
We'll finish with Mbui, then
Bwana Mbui, let me come to you. And the Hasra Fund is an intervention. The biggest problem with the intervention is that when you make it special that other people cannot join in, it becomes a problem. It is the entry point that we really need to analyze. And especially the targeted market and how you, and this is going to be constructed on the basis that it is targeting specific group of people in different sectors of the economy, and the entry points must be clear and understood. And this is, the biggest problem is that it is not, an intervention should not be for everyone, but how do you actually prevent that everyone joins in, or how do you make sure that it works? It is the guidelines that you're going to prevent. And I'm sure once the Hasra Fund and the whole product is developed, you'll see that, and I'm sure you'll have a chance to interrogate it and see how it is going to be done. Declaration, I think I made a mistake. The last part was lumped with the shares in a bank lumped with the other investments. So it's a mistake that it was put as a number on its own. But of course, I wouldn't want to say that there was an error. It is just the numbering that was a mistake. I think we go back, Mheshimiwa, sorry that your question was not missed. The whole issue was how do we look at NSSF? How is it going to save you if it's your future retirement benefits? Some of us in our working life, what we have done is to make sure that we match what the employer has given you, we match it. What you are really doing is to safeguard your future. What we need to do is to come back and start talking, that is consultation, and saying, how much would you be prepared to actually save? So essentially, it's not a punishment, you are saving for the future. And that is something that we can actually deal with and say, what is the optimal level of your sacrifice today to help you in future? The whole issue of savings and raising savings in Africa, and especially in Kenya, is a major debate, because you cannot invest if you have no savings. So the whole issue is to come back to you as a worker and ask, how much are you willing to save now? If your employer is giving you this much, can you match it or even pay more than that? You are safeguarding your future. And that is something that is a democratic choice for most people, but it's also important to make sure that we have an awareness so that there is no targeting. It's not saying that we need this number. What we actually need is savings. How much do you want to save and what do you want to save for? And that has been a major issue around us.
Thank you, Professor. I want us to close here, unless there's something really burning. Jeanette, I'll give you 30 seconds.
1 minute, Chair. Chair, this is a very important issue because, Chair, if the nominee is approved, now this is one of the ministry that is going to have the highest interaction with Parliament because of the budget making process. And I had asked that question, but it was not answered because of Article 221. And the article says nominee, and this is the same thing that was reminded your predecessors. Rotich, when he came for vetting, he said he's going to engage. This is the longest serving chairman of budget committee now is the majority leader. This has been the biggest problem between Parliament and Treasury, and it has not been resolved. So I want to put it to you whether you will be the one, if you are approved, you are the one who will resolve it. It says the National Assembly shall consider the estimates submitted under Clause 1 together with the estimates submitted by the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Chief Registrar of Judiciary, and Article 127 and 173. And 4, before the National Assembly considers the estimates of the revenue expenditure, a committee of the Assembly shall discuss and review the estimate review the estimates and make recommendations not to Treasury but to the Assembly. Now what happens normally, Treasury, they go and make their budget estimates and bring it to Parliament. And they want to force Parliament to pass the estimates as they have brought it. And if you don't do it, they go and tell the President. Then the President summons the budget committee and tells them, this is my budget. But the Constitution says the National Assembly should review and submit it to the Assembly. It is if there are things that needs to be changed, then the Assembly will discuss it with the budget committee. Then at the floor of the House, they can agree that this is the budget we are going to pass. This has been a bad practice in our country. But a nominee, are you willing to change so that Parliament can have its leeway, its freedom to discuss the budget and pass it within the Assembly?
Yes, majority.
Chair, with your indulgence, maybe just to
seconds.
Put in better context what the Honorable Junet is saying, CS nominee. Parliament indeed considers what Junet is saying in line with the Constitution through the BPS. But the main challenge has been deviation from what is passed on as a budget policy statement, because it also includes estimates and ceilings. When you table your annual estimates, it is completely different from what was passed as a budget policy statement. So maybe just to paraphrase what Junet is asking, are you going to commit that what then is agreed on as a budget policy statement, because that is what you commit to and that is what the House passes, that then you will ensure that your annual estimates are in line with that budget policy statement? And it goes along with CS nominee into ensuring that you stick to what you intend to do, because again the other big problem we've had is abuse of Article 223 of the Constitution. And I have engaged you in another fora, and you know, where the current National Treasury CS has committed close to 200 billion shillings over and above what has been approved by Parliament without approval of Parliament. Therefore, maybe I should also add that as a question. Are you also committing that in case you are approved, we shall see to an end to the abuse of Article 223? Because it is reserved for things that are of emergency in nature, not to pay for land like the Ruaraka land scandal. Maybe for information, the Ruaraka land scandal emanated from Article 223. It's something that was done especially around this time when there are no committees of Parliament yet set up, just before an election or immediately after an election. Are we going to see an end to that abuse of Article 223?
Sure. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable members, and thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Junet. Let me say this. History is very, very important, because we are told that if you forget your history, you'll be condemned to repeat it. and I'm guided about what has happened in the past and how we can actually have a good start in terms of clarity of issues and also clarity of regulations that are set. I do believe, and I come from that private sector background and that thinking that once the government sets the right guideline, it gives the private sector periods of policy clarity, and that is what you are really asking for, because once the budget is done in the wrong way, then it affects also the projections by the private sector. When I can see, and you know that we had sleepless nights in our technical committee when we realized the whole of 200 billion, which actually cannot be justified. The whole thing is that it is history that is going to teach us the lesson. We have government led by His Excellency President William Ruto, which is actually saying, look, we have to follow the law. We have to follow the guidelines that we create. And we have to make sure that at the end of the period, we are evaluated on the basis of that. And I think those are the issues that I will follow with strictness, Mheshimiwa Junet and Mheshimiwa Ishongwa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. We shall end here. Mukami, you've missed the boat today. You'll have the first bite in the next, unfortunately. But you had some interventions. Professor, I give you 3 minutes to tell us your final wish to this committee and expectation.
Thank you very much. I would have said that I work with rational expectations. So my first wish was that I do hope that I've made some commitments and even some content that allows you to actually consider my nomination positively. But more importantly, we learn from the past. And we learn from the past, that is adaptive learning. We learn from the past so that it guides us in the future. When you have been beaten in the past, you have to make sure that you correct the situation in the future. I do believe correctively, together with the National Treasury and economic planning, and the parliamentary, because essentially we'll be consulting now and then, we can make a difference in terms of where we are going, and of course make sure that we rectify or live down that bad history. And I do believe that we are going to make a difference. So my prayer is that once I'm nominated, once I'm ratified as or approved by this committee, I'll make sure that I use all avenues, all my strength, and I've been there in terms of all my intellectual might and all consultations necessary so that we all come up with the appropriate rules, appropriate solutions, and appropriate outcomes. I do believe in consultation. I don't think there is any one person who has the monopoly of knowledge. What we do have is consultation that improves the whole spectrum of the issues that we want to cover, our development agenda, and then that will make a difference. Thank you very much for giving me a chance. Thank you very much for listening to me. And thank you very much for, I hope I did answer all your questions, and where I failed, I'm sure we'll meet in some other avenues, and I will make sure that I clarify some of the issues that I had. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Very much, Professor. As we release you, you'll liaise with our secretariat. There are 2-3 documents they will require from you to make our record complete. You may take your leave and have a good afternoon. Honorable members, we will
Thank you,
now...
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. As the nominee leaves, it is now 1:20. Break for lunch for 1 hour. We resume at 2:20. 2:20.
Na mtazamaji, huyo amekuwa ni waziri mteule katika Wizara ya Fedha na Mipango, kufika mbele ya kamati ya uteuzi katika zoezi zima la kusailiwa. Yeye ndiye amekuwa wa pili, na imekuwa zoezi ambalo limeweza wanachama wameweza kuuliza maswali mengi. Lakini lililoibuka zaidi hapo, ama jambo ambalo limeonekana kama kumlemea waziri huyu, ni jambo lile la kashfa ile ya ya Grand Regency, wakati huo akiwa yeye ni gavana wa Benki Kuu ya Kenya. Wabunge hapo wameonekana kulizamia kwa undani hasa swala hilo. Masuala mengine pia ambayo yameibuliwa ni kuhusu jinsi ya kuinua uchumi ambao kwa sasa Wakenya wengi wanaonekana kulemewa na uchumi. Masuala kuhusu ushuru wa utakaotozwa pengine kama ni Wakenya ama biashara, wakiuliza iwapo itakuwa vyema kuongeza ushuru kwa Mkenya ambaye kwa sasa maisha yamemlemea, lakini waziri amesema yeye kama waziri ama kama aliye mwana uchumi basi hangeweza kupendekeza kuongezwa kwa ushuru kwa mwananchi wa kawaida, kizingatiwa kwamba uchumi umekuwa mbaya ama hali ya maisha imemlemea. Wabunge vile vile pia wameweza kujitetea kuhusu masuala kadhaa ambayo yamekuwa yakionekana katika shughuli za bunge, hususan katika kupitishwa kwa bajeti, wakisema kwamba Wizara ya Fedha mara nyingi haiandamani ama haielezei vyema ni masuala gani wangependa kuzingatia zaidi. Manake kuna masuala ambayo wanapeana katika statements zao, lakini ikifika bunge jinsi watakavyozungumzia, basi ikifika ule upande wa pili inabadilishwa. Ni swala ambalo wabunge wameonekana kukerwa nalo na kumtaka waziri ajieleze iwapo atajitolea kuhakikisha kwamba bunge linafanya ama linafanya jawabu lake ama jukumu lake kama ipasavyo, na kwamba Wizara ya Fedha itaweza kuheshimu nafasi ya bunge katika swala hilo. Swala la CDF pia ambalo limeonekana kuwakera bunge pia limezungumziwa hapa, wakimtaja waziri ajieleze kinagaubaga iwapo yeye ataruhusu CDF iendelee ama NGCDF iendelee, ama yeye pia atazungumza kama waziri wa sasa wa fedha Ukur Yatani ambaye alisema hatotoa pesa za kufadhili mradi huu wa NGCDF. Kwa hivyo ni mengi ambayo amezungumziwa. Ndiye amekuwa waziri mteule wa pili kufika mbele ya kamati hii. Mchana atakuwa anaingia Davis Chirchir ambaye ameteuliwa katika wizara ya kawi ama kupenda energy and petroleum, ndiye atakayekuwa anafika mbele ya kamati hii saa 8:30. Lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji, kama ulivyofuatilia mazungumzo haya mhojano kwa njia moja kwa moja, basi ni baadhi tu ya masuala ambayo nimeweza kukutajia tu, lakini ni mengi yaliyozungumziwa. Tutakuwa tunakuandalia kwenye taarifa zetu za baadaye, lakini kwa sasa niruhusu nikupishe kwa mwanahabari mwenza Irene Muchuma Odim ambaye ana mengi kuhusiana na taarifa mbalimbali za humu nchini katika taarifa zetu za Lunchtime News. Kwako Muchuma.
Of the programs that we have for the benefit of the people of Kajiado as we do for the people of Kenya. Ya pili, mimi nimekuja hapa leo kwa sababu ya shughuli hii ya muhimu. Mnakumbuka nilizungumza mara nyingi kuhusu mpango wa housing. And I meant every word that I said. Mambo ya housing ni mambo ya muhimu sana katika awamu hii ya serikali ya Kenya, na ni muhimu not by default, not by accident, but by design. Tuko na makusudi ya mambo ya mpango ya housing kwa sababu ya mambo manne. Ya kwanza ni kwa sababu housing inatupatia nafasi ya kila Mkenya kuwa na nyumba mahali pazuri pa kuishi. Jambo la pili, inatupatia nafasi ya ajira. Mumesikia hapa tumekuwa na carpenters, tumekuwa na plumbers, tumekuwa na engineers, tumekuwa na waseremala na wale wengine wote. Inatupatia nafasi ya kuajiri Wakenya wengi katika sehemu hii. Na jambo la tatu, vile vile inatupatia nafasi ya kuondoa changamoto katika sehemu zetu za kilimo, ili tuanze ile program ya land consolidation. Watu tuweze kupata nafasi ya kilimo, ili tusitumie sehemu zetu za kilimo na kuzalisha chakula kama sehemu ya makao. The whole project of ensuring that we do not engage land meant for food production for human settlement is the way forward in our economy. And therefore, the whole program ya mambo ya housing is because we want to make sure that we use the resources we have well. And we make sure that we develop those resources in a manner that benefits all the citizens of Kenya. Affordable housing inawezesha mtu seremala kama huyu Bwana Ocheng awe ni mwenye nyumba hapa Nairobi. Pale nyuma watu wenye walikuwa wanaweza kununua nyumba ni mtu wako na kazi kubwa, ni mtu anafanya kwa bank, mtu anafanya KRA, mtu anafanya kwa wizara, ndio walikuwa wananunua nyumba. Sasa tunataka iwezekane, na mimi nataka niwahakikishie wale mahasla wa seremala, wale mafundi ya kule kijijini, watu ya bodaboda, na hata ule anauza mboga atapata nafasi ya kununua nyumba. Na tutahakikisha ya kwamba iko nyumba inatoshana na kila Mkenya. Ndio sababu tumesema tutakuwa na viwango tofauti mbalimbali. Tutakuwa na social housing, tutakuwa na rent to own housing, tutakuwa na affordable housing, na tutakuwa na manyumba zile zingine ambazo Wakenya wengine wanaweza pia kununua. The program here is so that we leave no Kenyan behind. Nimekuja hapa makusudi vile vile ili ndugu zetu wa Kings Developers wajue ya kwamba hata kama hii project ni private kati yao na wale walipatiana ardhi hii, serikali ya Kenya itasimama na wao kuwatafutia wale watakaoishi katika hizi manyumba, kwa sababu iko katika ile kiwango ambayo Wakenya wengi wanaweza kufikia. And I want to encourage other developers and other landowners that this project of affordable housing is not just a project of the government of Kenya. It is a combined project. It is a project that we want the private sector, we want private landowners to come on board to provide units that are in the category of affordable housing. And we are going to support them using our Boma Yangu platform to ensure that you have buyers of those units, and we are going to arrange mortgage so that those houses you're building have buyers. So other developers, wale Wakenya wengine wako na ardhi, private sector developers wengine ambao wako na uwezo, tunataka tushirikiane. Yale mambo tunataka ni mambo mawili. Tunataka nyumba ijengwe yenye iko na gharama ya chini, ndio tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wa kila kiwango wanaweza kupata mahali pa kuishi. Na jambo la pili, tunataka to standardize ile products ambazo tunatumia katika mijengo hii, ndio tuweze kupunguza gharama ya ujenzi wa hizi manyumba. To standardize milango, to standardize madirisha, to standardize all the other products. I think the ministry tells me we have 69 products that will be standardized